violently different oscillators, my friend, violently different. But still what appears to be an electrical problem. So I'm not getting away from it that easy. So I think we've got some gnarly contacts in here somewhere. But we'll see. Come on, off you come. I think it'll all do with a bit of a clean up, I think, at the very least. Yeah, well, they're just out in the field just over there. It's their lunchtime, I believe. I don't really hear it because of, well, you get used to it after 40 years. Right. I think we're going to need to get some cleaning emery and do some of these contacts. All a bit, ugh, to say the least. See if we can work out what this electrical issue is. I'll be back in a second, just go and get some bits. Do a bit. Oh. Right, where were we? Everything's a bit glossy on this. One thing for sure, Mustangs don't like standing around. Go on, girl. Sit in place. Come on. Where's your picking thing? Thank you. Just doesn't want to sit on it. What's going on? There we go. Locks up now. Oh, come on. Don't get busted. Me. Oh, the pigs, boy. Oh, Christ. Oh, bloody thing. Got line out. Come on. Oh, bastard. I seem to remember it wasn't supposed to be this hard to get a distributor cap back on. I stand corrected. God, for fuck's sake. Go on. For fuck's sake. I'm giraffe. Alright, let's go in this side. I'd love to get this thing started so that I can just walk across the front of the car instead of having to walk all the way around it. Oh, get out. Oh, come on. Fucking laugh. Right, this should go on easier now. There you go. Here we go. That's on. Cool. Whew. Right. What's next on the agenda? These battery terminals take a lot to be designed, to say the least. Oh, bit grossy. Keep that on for now. disconnect the battery and start doing all these contacts. Of course, the irony is I'm working on the Mustang so I can do something other than repairing synthesizers, just for a change. However, I'm still doing electrical work. There we go. Can't win. They don't look like 10s, they look like 13s. Let's have a look. There's a 13. Certainly looks like a 13. And it isn't. So it's more likely going to be a 9/16, isn't it? So, mainly because it's, oh no, it might be ½ inch. Because it'd be AF. Yeah. Let's try it at ½ inch then. Like a proper car. No, it is 9/16. We're stuck in the logo. Because it's a Mustang, I suppose. It'll be bigger and better. Well, bigger anyway. Battery's about the size of Wisconsin. Right. Right then. We'll tidy up all these ones first. They look pretty grotty. Actually, that one looks particularly shite. Let's go back to ½ inch again. I thought Matt was going to pop in at some point. No sign of him yet. God, state of these. Especially that. Okay, this one's pretty grotty. Right, I think Fiona was the last one to use my Dremel. Let's see what we got. That's it, go get a Dremel.
Well, that doesn't look like a synthesizer. Where's he gone? Eight voices of glory. Yeah, I suppose. I suppose. Oh, dear. Oh. I have to say, one of the things I will never ever do is get under the bonnet of a car. I just can't wrap my head around it. All my fingers. Oh, dear. Oh, blimey. Yes, James, it arrived this morning after much shouting at UPS, who were only doing their job. I will give them that, but still. What made me laugh is that the thing came back and all the customs documents that I stuck on the side were still sealed in the envelope. So they didn't even look at those. What can you say? But that probably sounded rubbish because I realised I got my background noise thing on. Let's do that again. There we go. She's back. She's back. So where's Kent gone then? Or is this it? Is this kind of is this like one of those webcams that you watch and watch and watch, wait for something tiny to happen? Or is he playing with the kids in the background? Ooh, Mrs. Saw this online today, thought this was hilarious. She'll enjoy that. Oh, I heard a door. Right, you old Knut.
I got to. She's lost my Dremel.
She's lost your Dremel.
Yeah.
That's not good.
No. Just can't remember where she put it. How are you?
She's not been using it with the old rubber attachment on the end, has she?
Yeah. Using the old multi-vibrator.
But it's a back massager. Sorry.
Yeah.
Remember those little catalogues you used to get?
Yes.
Back massage. Yeah, back massage and my arse.
Yeah, back of your faff.
The back of your faff. Dear oh dear. I thought we were, when it said garage workshop pub, I thought it was like in the garage.
Oh yeah, you can't get anything in the garage.
Well, I'm saying.
Not even an iPad.
Jeez.
Funny enough, the internet doesn't seem to be work around here at all.
Really?
It's not that far away,
No.
but no, wasn't particularly impressed.
Oh well.
But I have got a what do you call it? 150 foot RJ45 cable.
Oh yeah.
We could run that round there from the hub in the workshop, and then connect it to the booster.
Mm.
I don't know if anybody wants to stare at a load of shite.
Yeah, but there's a load of interesting shite.
Well, that's true enough. So, how we set up for the show tonight? Much to talk about?
Well, there's no real.
Packing.
Yeah, there's no real news as such because everything has been announced and well, there's a couple of things. But I thought we'd just kind of talk about all the stuff we saw at Super Booth, the things we liked, things we got to see or didn't see, or the people. Yeah, just Peter's going to join us, and yeah, it should just be a nice casual one, shall we say? But I want to finish dead on because I need to watch the last 3 episodes of Andor. So,
oh right, yeah.
I'm on a promise, so to speak. Plus, I want to play with this thing because now I've got it back.
Hey,
she is here.
hey.
Yeah, that was a nice surprise to wake up to this morning, to see that little message, out for delivery.
So they got their shit sorted out in the end then?
Well, I honestly don't know what the problem was, because I supplied them with there's an authorization form which you sign to say that you give UPS permission to deal with this issue, and you supply all the information you can. The only thing I can supply is my EORI number, which I did, and my signature and the description of what it was and why it's being moved around. So I did that. I sent them another copy of the customs invoice, and there was something else, I can't remember what it was, but I sent them all that, which is what they asked for. And you sent it all because you have to tick it off every time you upload the document. You tick it so it says, yep, great. So now it won't let you submit until you've put all those things in. So it let me submit, so I must have completed them all. Right. And then they're saying, is this a business or is this an individual? And I said, well, I deal with this company as a business, but this is an individual thing.
Yeah.
What that's got to do with the price of fish, I don't know, because at the end of the day, it's a warranty repair which is free of charge and should be exempt from any duties at all.
Indeed.
And then it just hung around, and I spoke to Arturia, and they said, send them this document, which is the document I'd already sent them, which was their customs invoice for the shipping back.
Yeah.
And then, so yesterday I thought, fuck this, I'm going to try my hardest to actually speak to a human being, which I did twice, because the first one said they'd get back to me within the hour and they didn't. So I spoke to somebody else, who then, that eventually prompted an email from the brokerage team.
Yeah.
And the only questions they had for me were, do you have a UPS account? And are you the consignee? As in the person receiving it. And I said, no, I don't. And yes, I am.
Right.
And that was the last I heard until when I woke up this morning to the message that said your item is out for delivery. So quite what tipped it over the edge, I don't know still. Probably never
maybe
will.
they thought you were trying to smuggling a product using the repair excuse.
Possibly, but I mean, it said on the outgoing invoice when I sent it back, and on the incoming one, it said quite clearly in multiple places, returned under warranty repair. So,
yeah.
But I tell you what I did when I got the package back, which came back in the box that I sent it in, which seems to have fared quite well, seeing as it's been from France to the UK, from the UK to France, and then back to the UK again.
Yeah.
And probably from China in between. My envelope that I stuck on the side clearly marked customs documents that I filled in and signed when I sent it.
Yeah.
Had never been opened. So what's the fucking point? It's just bonkers. I mean,
Makes it sound more
so
like delay tactics because I haven't got enough staff or something.
I honestly don't know. Honestly, it's why I'm at a loss. I hope that I never break anything or again, because that was just an absolute ball ache. You think? So the thing is, whenever they send me something to review, it comes through. They send it. It's here the next day. No questions asked. It's all sorted. But this thing, fucking hell.
Just being an arse for being an arse.
Yeah, but happy to say it was delivered back in immaculate condition. The replaced key still even had the cellophane coating on the top that I had to peel off.
Oh, wow.
So it's all still good. Oh, and by the way, I have asked the question again of their engineer.
Yeah.
Are there any plans to, let other people do the calibration? Because I said, I know someone who would love to be able to offer that service. Hopefully, it's not something that you would want to have to do. Unless you're a dickhead like me.
Unless people go around chipping their fucking keyboards all the time.
I know, right? What a bunch of cunts.
You happy now?
I am happy now.
Expanded to being an Arturia service centre.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I know Korg want me to be one, but I was warned off that. I said, no, it's not a lot of fun being a warranty centre for Korg. Wish somebody had warned me about that with solar.
Yeah. It's been away
6 weeks, something like that.
Month and a half, yeah.
Yeah, about that.
It's got to be something.
As I was asking, yeah. But there were extenuating circumstances. So basically, because this wasn't a customer repair, this was like a friend of a friend sort of repair type thing. Yeah. I guess that probably knocked it down the priority chain, which is fine. But also the guy that did the repair was at least one man down in the workshop for 2 or 3 weeks, so he was getting a bit behind on the things. But he kept me informed. He kept apologising. But as soon as they sent it, it would have been back here on Wednesday or Thursday.
Yeah.
And had it not been for fucking customs, but there we go. What can you say?
Who do you find?
It's all done. Water under the bridge, as they say.
True.
Or l'acqua sur Le
Hang on.
Pont.
Carefully,
There you
don't
go.
hurt.
Is that right?
Something like that.
Something like that. What's that? No, low sur le pont, because it's not la aqua, it's
Sur-
low.
Sur on.
Oh no, yeah, it's going to be under. Oh shit. Conjugate. I don't know. Hey, this is it. This is it in perfect French. Here you go. Water under the bridge. There you go. That's in
Fuck
proper
me off,
French.
it's a Crabtree's here.
No, that would be water under the bridge.
I'll tell you what, that fucking Dot 50 buttons on it now. Just
Yeah, nice, good stuff.
well
Yeah,
pleased.
I played one at the museum in Berlin.
Mm.
It's been a long while since I've actually played one, in the flesh, and it's such a nice keyboard. Thank you, Asio Head. I was almost right. Low sous, not sur, sous le pont. There you go.
Davignon. Ollie Thompson.
Yeah, sur le pont d'Avignon. Long, c'est long,
Oing,
long.
oing, oing, oing.
Oh dear.
I think the only
I
thing
did try
can
new-
remember from
Oh, go on.
French was Ouvre le pot.
Where is the pot?
No,
Ooh,
Ouvre.
ooh.
Oh, open the pot.
And Ouvre le fenêtre.
Open the window.
That's about it.
It's funny. I was
That's
at
enough to
school.
rely on.
I did French and German CSEs,
Yeah.
and I always preferred German because German, to a degree, is more similar to English in its construction.
Well, English is a derivative of German anyway, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So when you say something in German, a lot of the time, not all the time, but a lot of the time, you can just replace the German or the English words in a sentence with the German words, and it's mostly in the right order. Except the Germans tend to put their verbs towards the end of the sentence, so it's mostly it's a bit like that. Whereas French would always confuse me. Yet now, I probably find French easier, and basic French that is, to speak than I do German, which is weird.
It's all that Soissons Neuf you've done, isn't it?
And then you have the
Voulez-vous
umlauts.
coucher avec moi ce soir, Marlene?
You have the umlaut to deal with as well.
Sorry?
Then you have the umlauts to deal with.
Indeed, yeah.
My,
Bonnet de douche, Rodney. Bonnet de douche.
my German teacher, you could tell she was German because she had side parting, the hair.
A little
All she,
tash.
all she was missing was that. She looked like him.
Oh,
Wow.
Fucking
I remember
hell.
my German teacher, Mrs. Hempson. She was one of those ladies that wasn't like massively overweight. She was just a large person, a large individual, and she always wore culottes. That they're not quite
Yeah.
shorts, they're not quite trousers, and it did look like her trousers and had an argument with her calves. Just like flapping. She looked like something. She looked like something off of Star Trek without the boots on. Weird, but she was lovely. Yeah,
Weirdly,
I went-
our German teacher wore shorts like that as well. Must be a
yeah.
thing.
Lederhosen.
Yeah. Must be a thing.
Must be. I remember I went on holiday to Italy, and we stopped. On the way, we stopped in Germany. We sort of really broke it up, the trip. So we went from the UK through France into Germany, stopped in Germany, then went down into Switzerland, and then down into Italy. So I was speaking like French and then German and then Italian, and then coming back, we went straight into France. And we sat down in the hotel at dinner, and I started ordering food in either Italian or German because I kind of forgot where I was, and the waitress is looking at me as if to say, "Huh?" And I said, "Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you speak English?" Oh, yeah. And then that was it. Everyone was speaking English, so it embarrasses me when I go abroad to like Germany or Holland or France or even Italy. They all speak pretty decent English,
Yeah.
and yet we can't generally speak their languages to a level where you could have a simple conversation.
Yeah.
And I know that that's because English is considered the universal business language. You know, my company that I work for regularly sends its employees in non-English speaking countries on business English language courses because it is the global language of business. It's the one that everyone's kind of centers on. But I always find it really embarrassing that we, generally as a nation, we don't put more emphasis on the language. I know, like my daughter was brilliant at French, and then she doesn't use it anymore. So, well, I say that she went to France last year. I don't know, she might have used it then. But I don't know.
Has your head? My German teacher only wore Hugo Boss.
What, the skin of Hugo Boss, or?
I take it she hasn't found that bloody Dremel yet.
Now she's just finishing herself off in the bathroom.
No. Well, that'll keep her quiet anyway. Well, except towards the
Are
end.
you sitting there? Just there going.
All right, Ms. Burridge.
You got a thumbs up, yeah. She's fucking.
She lost her voice, has she?
No, she's.
She hasn't got a baps out again, has she? No.
There you go.
Hello, there she is.
Hello.
She's having a snooze.
She's got the right.
Oh,
bloody-
she's just chilling. She's old. Fibro's flaring though, so she's having a
Ah, right, yeah.
slow day. And yeah, you old git. Yeah, you would if you were feeling better. You said fuck you, so I went, yeah, you would if you were feeling better.
That's right. All she got to do is lie there.
Oh.
Oh dear. You've just lost 10 points in your popularity stakes over there.
Fucking
hell.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was funny.
Oh, stop it.
Behave.
That's right. She says she'll kick your ass next March.
Yeah, right.
Oh dear. Challenge accepted.
That's because you're using the wrong one, Ken.
So how many have you managed to change then, Kent?
Well, who?
Have you changed any yet?
Any what?
Plugs.
Yeah, they're done. They're in.
Oh right, sorry.
Oh, dear me.
Did you feel a gauge, or was that just her laughing?
I did. Every single one of them.
Pete Greenwood wants to know what's the motor in that one. Is it a Windsor or a Cleveland?
Cleveland.
Cleveland.
Yeah. Cleveland 351. Okay.
Bald spot.
Yeah, you noticed?
Probably got one go myself.
I think we all have by now. You know.
It's weird that, it's sort of like, whatever. That's it.
Well, my old man was effectively, he had like one hair. Yeah, he had like one hair that he managed to kind of spiral. It was very thin on top. He was never, not until sort of closer to the end of his life, he still had some semblance of a follicle or two. And I'm surprised. I'm like, what was I, 55 this year, and I've still got pretty much a full head. I haven't even receded that much.
Oh, fuck off! Stop boasting.
No, I must have my. I've got my mum's hair, I guess, because she's still pretty much. She's grey.
When I was 55, I still had a full head of hair.
Well, you still do
7 years,
mostly.
7 years later, not so much.
It's all Fiona's thumb here, isn't it? That's what it
Yeah.
is.
No, I should by rights have fucking lost all my hair by the time I was 30 because it's rife in the male side of my family.
Yeah, but Joe
Well,
Pesci needed a stunt double, didn't he? So
My uncle was completely bald by the time he was 21, and my dad
really,
had the Batman symbol, the fucking body.
Dracula.
By the time he was 25,
Yeah.
and I abused it. In the 80s, I fucking went for it with the colours and all that shit on here. So I should have lost it all. But it wasn't until my mid-30s it started to really fuck off backwards.
Yeah.
And then it was like, well, no, it's gone too far now. That's when I started.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind losing it at all. I don't think I'd have an issue in terms of, as a lot of men do with having not having hair is like a sign of masculinity. It would be one less thing for me to fucking worry about in the mornings.
Yeah, you don't have to fucking. You wash your hair with a flannel. That's the easy bit.
Exactly. There you go.
Pretty much.
So I don't know. Oh, right. What are we looking at here? Getting some. It's funny, we're getting some reasonable views on our Super Booth stuff. I don't know whether it's because we sort of entered the game late, but
put the word out tonight, mate.
Yeah, well, I've also asked my colleagues at Gear News, because one of them did the Messenger piece, so I've asked him to put the Messenger video on that, and he said he'd do that. And what was the other? Oh, the PP. Was it the PPG? Yeah, the PPG. So they'll stick them on the Gear News pages. But again, how many people are going back to watch look at that stuff a week after? But it's all right.
Thing is, I find that there's such a barrage of it while it's happening.
Yeah.
That it's too much to deal with, and I do tend to come back to things a little bit later on when it's all settled down, so you can pick and choose what you want to look at.
Yeah. Indeed. Can I add that? Oh, I can as well. There we go.
Hello.
I'll finish with the Dremel.
I'll tell you, there's I'm seeing lots of people complaining about this new patch manager with HydroSynth.
Oh, really?
And taking like 3 or 4 attempts to get the firmware into the synth.
I've installed the manager, but I haven't updated Kent's HydroSynth because it's kind of stuck over there.
Yeah,
I was
so
hoping I might do
it off until the complaints stop.
Yeah, probably just as well. I don't think it's not adding any real new features. The new firmware, it's almost like it's like a stability bug fix thing. So,
well, I think it also puts it in line with the new. The patch manager. I think. It
Yeah.
That, doesn't it? So.
Yeah, but other than that, it's not.
You can get hold of the SE bank now, can't you?
Oh yeah, that's true. And
which I will have a play with later. Actually, I'll stick.
And
that in there.
I think Mr. Pierce has released a bank of sound. He was talking about working on some HydroSynth sounds the other week, and I didn't put 2 and 2 together. And of course, he was working on the new bank of sounds to take advantage of the new firmware and what have you, I guess. So,
right.
I think he's put a free bank. If you go to the official ASM HydroSynth Facebook group he runs, I think you can find
I'm in there anyway.
Yeah. Pretty sure he's got that in there.
I'll have a look.
Yeah, I'm kicking myself because I didn't. Before we went to Super Booth, James Terrace, the sound designer, pinged me, and we were talking about getting together and having some food and what have you. And he said, "Oh, by the way, can I invite the guys from GS, who is this Argentinian company they're making these analog synths. I think we featured them on the show a few times. And he said they're coming over specifically for Super Booth, and he's been working with them on sounds. And he said, "Can I bring them along to the dinner and introduce you? And then maybe we can get them on the show." And I said, "Oh, are they here showing anything?" He said, "Yeah, they got this new synth." And Pete and I were looking for it, and we looked on the map, and we sort of went to where we thought it was, and it wasn't there. And then I don't know why we didn't go back, because I then said, well, the only other place it could be is over in this place, and we must have walked past it. And for some reason we didn't go in, and I completely missed them. There's always something or someone
that
you miss. maybe next year I'm going to do a proper plan and sit down and say, right, 10:30 here, 11:30.
Rob's itinerary.
Yeah, that's it. It'd be me with this, like, this map of the thing. Go, right, forward.
No, what you want is a print of that on the back of your T-shirt, so whoever's with you can fucking read it off. Right, we've got to be here.
Absolutely.
Rather than tour dates, it's fucking.
What they should do is they should use Bluetooth beacons in that building, because your Wi-Fi. I don't like having a paper thing, because they do give out this lovely kind of folded paper map of stuff, but it's not beautifully detailed, and after a while it just gets a faff. Either so you can have the Superbooth map on your phone, but of course it's a beautiful 5G signal outside, but indoors you still get 5G, but of course everyone's hogging it, so it becomes quite useless. And the only Wi-Fi they give is to the exhibitors. So they should use Bluetooth beacons, and then, I mean, we sell them at work. They're cheap as chips. And these little Bluetooth, and you put one on every stall, and you just identify it as this is ASM, this is Korg, this is so and so, and you just pop one on every stall, and then geolocation.
It's good call.
I mean, we do that for some companies. We have this whole package. I forget what we call it now. It used to be called. It used to be called Blue Vision or something like that. We bought this stuff from a company about 10 years ago, and it's all about locations. And you build a map of a venue, and you don't have to actually sort of go around and like physically map it. You can take, as long as it's to scale, a plan of the shape of your building, and then you place these beacons in all the places, and you just name them, and then you have the app on the phone, and you just walk around and you can see exactly where you are and where everything else is, and it will guide you to within, I think it's accurate to less than 1 meter, which is pretty damn good. And that's.
Do you know the guys that run Superbooth then?
I know. Well, I've met Andreas. I don't know him, but I don't think it's something he would probably want to do, because it's an expense.
Yeah.
And there's obviously not a huge amount of money, and he's spending a lot of money hiring the venue. I don't think he makes a huge amount of it, but because he doesn't do it for that.
Yeah.
I only found out why Superbooth is called Superbooth just recently. Do you know?
No.
So when Frankfurt Messe used to be the other big show, there was NAMM and Messe. A lot of the independent manufacturers, especially the small modular people, they didn't have the money to buy or hire a stand at Messe, because it was just ridiculously expensive. So because Andreas had his store Schneidersladen in Berlin, he said, "I tell you what, I will rent a large booth, or a super booth," and in the super booth, he then gave all these little independent manufacturers a little table within the super booth. So his booth was a super booth, and then you went on. And then you went in, and you would come across, I don't know how many, lots of independent manufacturers. Nice. And then when Messe started to become less and less, hello, here she comes. He moved Superbooth to the Funkhaus, which is this big kind of concert place with stuff, and then it outgrew that, and he moved to Fez. But that's where Superbooth comes from.
Nice. There you go, a little bit of history.
Yeah, a little bit of history.
You going to sleep? Why don't you go next to her?
Is she farting? Is that what it is?
You'll know when she's asleep, mate, trust me. You got it.
My missus is exactly the same, especially at the moment. She's got a cold. She just lies there, her bottom jaw, and she's...
Done that work with you as well, and the CPAP and all that bollocks?
No, because I've got the CPAP on. It doesn't do that. I don't snore, so we'll see.
Yeah, she's got apnea.
Yeah.
So, she's going. She's going. Oh, I'll see you in a bit.
I think my missus has just arrived home.
That was brave. Because you were very close to the camera. Right.
Right, back in a sec.
Oh, buddy.
Turns out it's not really that loud.
What's that?
The Dremel. I imagined it being a bit louder than that. So
Ah, fair enough.
I do love this though. I think this is cute. No, get this out. No. This
Oh, is that your
dipstick for the power steering pump. How cute is that? Oh my! I'm not finding anything that you would class as drastically wrong.
So have you tested her yet to make sure she fires?
Yes, and she didn't.
Oh, so it wasn't the plugs then?
It doesn't matter. The plugs needed replacing. Trust me.
So could it be EFI module? Were you getting spark?
Huh?
Were you getting spark?
No, it wasn't sparking. So
So
I'm
it's
just
got to be
going through the electrical unit now.
right.
So if the control modules, I think that'd be okay. Yeah, it's all a bit weathered under here.
Well, they do. They suffer it, don't they? So
Yeah. So I'll give it a business, and we'll try it again. See if we get a spark this time. I have to get Jabba the Hutt out and turn it over while I check for a spark on it. But joy of joys. Sure as hell that won't work. Will it? Yes, it will. Yes, it will. Between two. Yeah. Okay, right. Right, okay, that's okay. Ah, bugger. Okay, yeah, it's okay. Right, that's the ignition system. Okay. Damn it all to hell. Right then, go and get a cloth. Oh, and get Madam out here to turn it over.
anyway, hello everybody in the chat. Good afternoon to you all. Not bad, thanks, Andy. Fixed the majority of my D50 today. All the tack switches are changed. Just waiting for Homegrown to send out the pitch bend module, and then hopefully I can replace that and get it complete. And just get her working fully. She sounds gorgeous.
She will be a moment.
Okie dokie.
As per bloody usual.
That's why we love them, Kent.
Oh, God, I've got crouched down, mate. Yeah. Get this iPad over. There we are. No, not quite. Oh. See this tab here?
Inhibited is talking about joining in.
Wow.
Which be nice.
See this water tap here?
Yeah.
I've got a bruise about that fucking big on my side.
I can imagine. Walking into it a couple of times.
Keep getting it there. And bang! Oh, yeah, little.
Done that a couple of times here, mate. Don't worry about it.
This is why I'd love to get it started. Yes, so Fiona made a new glove box for it last night.
Wow. How? Go on.
Took the old glove box out.
Yeah.
Which is all torn and falling apart and sagging and all this shit. It's all awful, right? Then she took all the staples out of it and deconstructed it. Taped it up where it was torn and stuff like that to make a template. Cut it out from some new hardboard. Reassemble it. And then cover it in red carbon fibre.
Nice. She's a fucking talented stick in that one, isn't she?
Yeah. She said it's akin to dressmaking. I went, yeah.
I suppose so, yeah.
Good at that as well. So, yeah, she's turned her eye to the rest of the interior now. So she wants to do this black interior with the red carbon fibre motif, like down the doors, across dashboard and stuff like that. And it should look pretty stonking.
Yeah.
Actually, every single piece of trim in this car, every single piece is blue. No, there's no black in it at all.
No.
Carpets, headliner, dashboard, rear valances, you name it. Well, you'd expect to have a black motif finish. No, blue, same colour as the car. So everything's getting done, the whole interior. So she's off. She's away. She's going to get it sorted.
Oh, do you remember I asked you about replacing the foam on the sliders?
Yes.
I found something that's going to work for a temporary, weed barrier that you put in your garden to stop the fucking weeds coming through.
Yeah.
It's like cloth.
Yeah.
I'll just put a folded piece of that in with 2 slits in. Lovely. That will do for.
That's not far off what they use on the Jupiter 8.
Yeah. Well, temporarily, I'm going to get some like close cell, like neoprene, almost neoprene.
Well,
but
if I can make the suggestion, don't put it on the slider. Put it on the front panel.
Yeah, well, it's on the front panel, but the sliders go through it. Yeah, because the original one was actually mounted on 4 pegs.
Yeah.
On the panel, and then that goes in behind it. So that's what I'm going to do.
Find that weed barrier thing absolutely perfectly fine.
Yeah.
It's just as long as it stops dog hair, crap, shit, bollocks, and stuff getting into the.
It looks all right. I mean, it's on there now.
Yeah.
Because the other stuff was just fucking. It was turning to dust. So
Yeah. Or like the carpets in this.
yeah.
Just blue dust fell off, and it was just this piece of rubber left. So she wants to put the twin air intakes on the bonnet. Okay, because it's got the twin air intakes anyway. But don't want to go too mad with it. So like, do it all up, but have a significant nod to its original.
Yeah, you don't want to go too far past original. Yeah.
No. I was thinking about maybe dropping it, and then I looked at it and got the dimensions out. Well, I got the dimensions out of the manual, measured it. It's already been dropped.
Yeah, but how would that cope with them fucking speed bumps on your?
Well,
you've got some big ass speed bumps around your way, haven't you?
Well, technically speaking, when it's done, she's going to go up for sale anyway, so she won't have to deal with those speed bumps.
Well, apart from when they drive it away from yours.
Yeah, well, they go over it slowly and carefully.
Sideways.
Yeah. Do like they do when they come out from those show car meets. Like, look at me! Put it into a tree.
Yeah.
Yes, somebody did that with a Bugatti Veyron. I saw one on YouTube. He gave it some, and it just completely lost control of it and went into this tree, and it's like swank, this shape. And everybody goes, yay! Twat. So. That's the problem with the high performance cars. You think, I can control a high performance car, but no, it actually controls you, mate.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it?
It's just degrees of luckiness, really. Because most time those sort of cars, it's not their regular car. So every 2 months or 3 months or so, they take it to a show, and they had 4 hours driving experience with it, and they think they can floor it. And that's the problem. Suddenly, it becomes this untamed animal. I mean, this little cow's capable of it when you're not, and it does it when you think, "Oh, I didn't push the accelerator that hard." But you hear this, fucking, whoa, what?
So what BHP's that show out?
Pass. A lot. You could open a fucking ranch, put it that way. Top speed is quite dismal, but it's not designed to go.
Is it talky? Is it talky though?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. So I think its max is about 117 to 120.
Yeah.
I mean, the Chrysler goes faster.
Yeah, but
how it gets there.
Yeah, that's the thing, and the noise that it makes doing it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, I mean, it's probably the most impractical thing to have in the UK. But then, I never was practical, so I'm fine. If I was practical as an agoraphobic, I wouldn't own 2 cars, would I?
Well, there is that, yeah.
And I enjoy owning this.
All that matters, mate, if it makes you happy, do it.
Well, it's one of those romance things where, you're a tiny kid. And you're watching these films and stuff like that, Bond or whatever. I go, one day, when I grow up and everything like that, and I go and save up my money, and I'm going to get one of them, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And, if the 7-year-old child in you hasn't died due to work and life, you strive to do these sort of things. So, but in terms of practicality, no. But I must admit, I thought it was funny that when I did get it, initially had it, lots of people, friends, Richard Hilton and Dave Spears, Ty, and all the rest of them, all going, it's not, why have you bought it? You're mad and all this sort of thing. As though I didn't realise that I'd done something weird.
Oh, but the long and the short of it is, if it makes you smile, Kent, you don't need to justify.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Madam's here. I'll go check this spark.
I've decided I'm going to try one more thing with that.
What, love?
I will get a syringe cleaning kit.
Okay.
Hello, Matt.
Hello, mate. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad.
How's the leg doing?
Stinging?
Singing still not great.
No. You sort of go through an hour where you think, oh, it could be getting better.
Yeah.
And then it goes through half an hour of
All
absolute
right.
stinging pain and things. And
I can't hear anyone.
well, it wasn't really. So that's just going to be, I think I'm in it for the long haul, to be honest.
Not good.
Well, not really, because
That's
I'm
better.
still worried about the
You're
potential
getting an echo,
block.
lads.
Still like, well.
That's my biggest issue, really.
Yeah.
Hang on, let me flip
No.
it
I'll get
over.
headphones on.
Here we go.
Yeah, it hasn't started in 1,000 years, so yeah.
Anyway, Matt, this is out today,
Where's my...
and
What?
I've got these.
What is this? What am I looking at?
Uh, You're looking at Matt's song.
Oh, bloody hell.
So I've been sketching out ideas and rubbing them out and sketching them out and rubbing them out
Oh, blimey.
and things. So I've made a start.
Nice one. Thank you.
That's all right.
Well, like I say, I wrote that for my stepson. So,
The floor.
you know.
Yeah. Okay, love. Quick turnover.
There we go.
It's sparking now. Thank you.
Start watching Car SOS, isn't it?
Sorry?
All right.
Well, Mr. Shaw, is it going to start?
Yeah.
I had to hold it while you
Yes,
said-
Fuzzbot. Of course it's
Yeah,
going to start.
Kent's a better keyboard player than Fuzzy's, though. He was a drummer, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Ooh, where's my rubber gone?
Look on the end of your knob, mate.
Okay, has it fallen off again, Kent? You'll be having babies if you're not careful.
Bloody right, he will.
Well, I wouldn't mind another couple of little Mustangs.
We can hear you. So Inhibited's on, and we can hear him, but I don't think he can hear us.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, welcome to StreamYard.
Yeah.
I can hear you, but I'm like 3 seconds behind.
Oh.
Right, okay. Let's have a look.
So we can
Which
predict the
allows me
future
to
for
see
him.
my baldy head.
Welcome to the club, don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'm not far off it myself.
You're in good company.
I've got a helicopter pad, apparently.
No, that's only if you're Rimmer from Red Dwarf. You've got H on your head.
Yeah.
So how do I hear and see you without delay?
Bud.
What are you on, PC or Mac?
Phone.
Are you on your phone?
PC.
What phone?
It's a hell of a delay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what to do.
Try coming out and come back in again, just see if it clears itself. Been known.
Yeah, let me try something.
Okay.
I can use the phone as the camera and do the old. See you in a minute.
Okay. Oh, dear me. I'll be back in a second. I'm just going to go and get some coffee.
Okay.
Won't be long.
Oh, where's Mr. Canute gone? Anyway, I can't see the chat, so hello everyone in the chat. I can't see the chat because I'm on the phone as per usual at work. So currently I'm trying to write some tunes for the lyrics that Matt sent over that he couldn't write a tune to, so I started having a go at that, get some ideas together and see if we can get some time over the weekend to maybe piece a bit more together.
Coolio.
You're looking for, Kent? A
I'm
problem?
just wondering if there might be a fuel pump issue or something.
Is that a mechanical pump or electrical? Aye.
Well, it's had some mods, darling, but I don't know if the fuel pump was one of them.
Right.
By the other side, hang on. It's got a beautiful spark, but it hasn't even popped once.
You haven't been pouring the petrol down the carb then, have you?
No.
No.
She's a mechanical one.
Right, okay.
It's unlikely for that to fail, isn't it?
Well,
Depends on its age, doesn't it?
no.
And things, really.
True.
I mean, some of those had rubber.
Diaphragms on them.
That's the word, yeah. So whether that's worn
Yeah.
and things like that, you know, potentially.
Depends on the fuel that's being used as well, because that can fuck them up, can't it? The E10 can be really bad for them.
Right.
Right, let's have a look. We've got a screwdriver.
Because E10 tends to sort of deteriorate rubber faster, doesn't it? From what I understand.
I haven't looked into it that much, I must admit.
God, there's hardly any.
I mean, I must admit, from a work point of view, we don't have issues with anything to do with the fuel lines, fuel system, and rubber and things like that. You know, BMW have sorted that out. You know, when they design and build the cars, sort of thing. But
yeah,
the say the fuel pump, I don't know whether it's a question of taking it off and just manually trying to. Was it one that operates off the camshaft or something, or?
The American, yeah. If it's a Cleveland,
yeah.
It'll be like a push rod, won't it, coming off the camshaft?
Yeah, something like that. Here we go. Come on, now off you come, girl. Right, where's me piss tip? Yes, dear. All right, hang on. God's sake.
Well, at least on the side of the bonnet looks quite clean.
You
Does,
moan like
doesn't
an
it?
unpaid whore. Right, give
Right,
me
I
a
better
quick
go.
Oh, buddy.
Go on, Kent, make it start, otherwise I've got to go.
Hang on. Go. Plenty of fuel. Okay, cool, darling. So it's not the fuel and it's not the spark.
Timing.
What? God.
God, have a
Thing
word.
is, but all it's done is sit out here. So I can't see why the timing would suddenly be out. Although, based on the shit I come across on synthesizers, anything's possible.
I presume you've got a fuel filter on the car somewhere.
Yeah, just here. Yes, dear. Hang on a sec. Let me just put this fuel pipe back on. Right. What, love? Come here. Oh, yes, mother.
I'll catch you in a minute. I've got to go back to work and I'll see you all in the chat.
All right, buddy. See you in a bit.
See ya.
Ta-da, mate.
What sort of noise was that? It's quite musical.
Yeah, but
It's on that side, wherever it is.
starting to restore.
Maintenance.
Red. Yeah, can be red. Carbon fibre.
Maybe.
Redo all the interior. Finally got time to do it. It's going to take what, 2 years?
4 years, 5 years.
2 years to get around to doing it. It's ridiculous, isn't it? I don't know.
Nice one, Pete.
Oh yes. Plenty to do. Yeah, I hope so. See you later. Oh dear. I don't know.
At least I'm not going mad.
Yes. Not today, anyway. Fiona just had a bit of a moment.
Okay, what did you do to her?
She was cleaning the steering wheel. She goes, "Listen, when you clean the steering wheel, there's a little note. There's a noise going on." Oh, okay. And she's doing it, and it's going beep, 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 from over there somewhere. I went, okay.
It's a very nice sound.
Yeah, you go beep, 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 like this, right? I said, all right, rub the centre console then. And it goes beep, 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 beep. I said, yeah, it's probably the brakes or suspension. Just gently move it. It sounds like a pan pipe.
Yeah.
You know,
Blowing the place.
pan pipe playing a little sequence.
Reminds me of that. Was that Volkswagen advert in the 80s where it was the woman with the earring and the fucking oil can?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I remember that.
Inhibited. I'm going to have to remember learn streaming. Well, we've all learned it here, mate, so you'll be in good company.
Yeah, we've all been there, done that.
If there's settings or shit that need to be checked out, we've all had them.
Well, what's his name? John. Man Eats Drum Machine, is it?
Right.
He was on Saw last night. It was all left-hand channel. No matter what he did.
Funny, isn't it?
I think he's using an S747 without a cloud lifter.
Right.
Not going to help, but it's got nothing to do with it all being left though. But it was quiet. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we have had hour-long troubleshooting sessions indeed, haven't we, Azio? Fucking hell. We've if there's been a scenario where it's gone wrong, we've had it, haven't we?
Well, remember when I first got the Mac Studio?
Yeah.
And you could hear me, but never hear the keyboards and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
And I did say to John, I said, well, look, it worked for me. It might work for you, but be aware, you know, loopback costs £100 now, or $100, where it used to be free. So, but it may cure your issue, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. The more I've sat here looking at this D50, the more I'm going to do the blue LEDs, and I've got to find a suitable blue replacement for the screen, the display. It's got to make sure it fits and it works. And
Imagine old, what's his face does one. Oh, where did I get that? He does got the OLED replacement OLED screen for the MKS 70 from him.
right, not on eBay.
No. Oh, what's his bleeding name? He literally just displays for vintage cents.
Okay.
What is his name? I'll look up the email and let you know.
Right.
Because he's prompt and he's not overpriced or anything.
Okay. But that's interesting because, yeah, like they put yellow displays into a synth with blue fucking writing on the case.
Yeah.
It's just like, why not marry it all up?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then they use red LEDs in it as well. It's fucking what? Unify it, make it look fucking right. You know, that's why that CZ101 I put a yellow OLED in it because it fitted the rest of the.
Yeah.
But there
There
you go.
wasn't too much going on in terms of colour coordination back then. Plus,
No.
the stuff was all going for these clashing of colours anyway, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Clothes were doing the same thing, you know.
Yeah. Do you use loopback to route from one bit of software to another, or use two different audio interfaces? Pretty much from. You can unify audio from many different sources into one if you want. That's what I do with it, Azio.
You literally patch it. You can patch your different things to different. Well done.
Well, so it's like taking audio from your synths, taking audio from your DAW. You can take audio from your StreamYard and feed it all into your one place. So, for example, I'm taking audio from my mics now. I could feed synths into this, pick that up.
They wouldn't let me get through the door without trouble.
And it all out.
Thank you, love. Oh, mate. Right, I'm going to turn this girl over in a minute.
Okay.
Have another crank. But first, because what would be great, if I can get it started, I can back it up a bit and bring it over there more. So I've got room this side to move around and then room between the front of the car and the wall.
Yeah.
I have to walk round. Every time I want to go to the other side of the engine, I've got to walk all the way around the car. It's going to be tedious now. Yeah, so it turned out that all of those issues I was having with that Mac, the screen flickering,
Was it heat?
that heat.
Yeah, see, there's a free thing I've got on mine, on this one,
Yeah.
Because this is a MacBook Air and hasn't got any fans, I like to keep an eye on the temperatures on it. There's a free program. I'll send you a link through on your Facebook,
Yeah.
and it's a really good way of monitoring your max temperatures.
Oh, okay, cool. Because it didn't occur to me that, because the sun rises out here and it comes straight through the window, because I don't have nets or anything up
Yeah.
in the studio, and so I went in there in the morning, and I think it was only about 7:45 or something like that, maybe 8:15. So the sun hasn't been up that long, really, and I went, yeah, okay then. Turn the monitor on, it's flicking like a bastard, right? I go, oh, it's still flickering. I was hoping, please don't be the video card,
Yeah.
And I went to pull the camera down, and as I pulled the Osbot away, because I was going to go through the USBs and see if there was a USB conflict, grabbed the Osbot and it burnt my fingers, right? But it wasn't on. I went, that's weird, and put it down. And then as I'm doing it, I'm going, oh, the top of this monitor's warm. Then I put my hand down the back of the monitor and touched the back of the monitor. Burnt my hand again.
What?
On the back of the monitor. I go, well, no wonder it's flickering like a bastard. I might as well have put it in a microwave. So,
Right. Just going to send that through to your Facebook Messenger now.
okay. Right.
Just found it. Yeah, it's like I say, it's a really nice way of just sits in your toolbar at the top, just monitoring your temps. And if you're doing anything particularly intensive, it shows you how hot your CPU and all the rest of it goes.
Mm.
So yeah, and especially on this, like I say, which hasn't got any cooling, it's handy to watch.
Yeah. Well, I would say it's got a spark. It's getting fuel. That doesn't leave much, does it?
No, unless it's not. No, because you'd be getting a ping off it, or at least one of the cylinders. I was going to say it would have to have been all of the HT leads would have had to have gone for it not to get a spark too.
Yeah.
So it's getting spark out of the Dizzy.
Yeah. Well, I'll give it a turn over and see what happens.
Yeah, we can do really.
Yeah. And then I can eat my sausage roll. Hang on, let me just put the iPad down here. I don't want it to fall in the fan. All right. Let's have another crack. Oh. Not a pop.
It's not trying to fire, is it?
No. I'll give up for it. I don't know. See, the shit is, if it was the Chrysler, I could just plug the OBC into it, plug it into the laptop, and it goes, oh, it's this.
Yeah.
Where you plug it into this, it goes, What is this?
Yeah.
No device found. Spark fuel. Compression.
Spark fuel and air is basically all you want, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, even soak the pancake off, just in case, you know.
Yeah.
Give it a bit of extra air. Clean the contacts. Got the spark. Fuel pump's working. No fucking idea. God, there's vans out everywhere today. I haven't got any smart ideas. I really haven't.
Wookie's asking, is it fuel injected or carb?
It's carb.
Have you got any carb cleaner spray?
Now, there's a question and a half. I can't honestly remember.
Because, I mean, you can actually start it off a carb cleaner spray, can't you? Because if it doesn't start off of if you spray that down the carb and the car doesn't start, then you know you're not getting spark at the plugs.
I tested the plugs and they're sparking.
Yeah, but it still doesn't sound like it's trying to fire off what's in the cylinders. Really fucking weird, isn't it?
Well, the only thing. Hang on. Fuck it. I mean, it has an aftermarket carburetor on it.
Was it Holly or?
Well, it's a single pot rather than a 4-pot.
Right.
It's ABS 2. Very nice. Looks like it was probably the last thing that was ever fitted to it as well.
So when you spun it with the fuel pump on, did it actually spit fuel?
Oh, did it?
Right. Okay.
Because
as you were saying, fuel lines could get clogged up on Muzzies when they're sat for a long time. But if it's spitting fuel, that's not the problem.
Oh yeah, it come out in buckets, mate. So the fuel pressure's there.
Right.
The compression's there.
Is it actually spitting fuel down the carb?
Look what. Hard to say. There's something else going on here. Let's have a look at this one.
Wookie says put a egg cup full of fuel down the carb to see if it starts.
You know what?
Wookie
Piss
said
in the carburetor. Sorry.
shit in the carburetor.
Shit in the carburetor. How often do you have to do that?
Yeah, Wookie says put an egg cup full of fuel directly down the carb to see if it will fire off with that.
Yeah. I've only got to put children
I thought I'd have my lunch while I was up. So. I'm watching the news. It's all fucking doom and gloom again.
I don't watch the news. I can't fucking put up with it. Go on, what's going on? Trump?
What happened there?
I don't know. Everything just went fucking quiet. Go on.
Well, no, yeah.
What's going on then?
Sorry?
What's the doom and gloom?
Oh, it's just that fire in Oxfordshire with 2 firefighters and someone else got killed, and then there's bombing in Gaza, and then there's fucking Russia and Ukraine going to peace talks, and they all think nothing's going to happen, so why fucking bother? And according to the Sunday Times, I was an Orthodox Jewish wife and mother and a secret lesbian.
Fuck.
I know, right?
Whatever sells, I suppose.
I suppose. Mother-in-law's house has sold.
Excellent.
The money is in the bank. We no longer have to worry about it. It's all done.
A bit of weight off, is it?
Yeah.
How's she doing?
Yeah, fucking mad as a box of frogs. No different. I mean, she has good days and bad days. It's not been so bad just the last few days, but you take her as you find her. But she's in the best place, and she now has a significant chunk of cash to back up her last few years.
Good. Takes pressure off it.
Yeah, well, when Jackie just showed, because Jackie and her brother have power of attorney, so all of Sheila's bank accounts have now been moved into this, into the NatWest, and so Jackie has all of the accounts, and she just showed me the app, and I was like, oh, it's a nice chunk of change.
Good for her.
Yeah. Hopefully there'll be a little bit left.
That goes, isn't it?
Yeah. Might be able to afford to buy a VP1 after all. Oh dear.
As far as I'm aware, Katie has taken the air filter off, yes.
Ashko has not heard of Mad as a Box of Frogs.
Not heard that one yet. Blimey.
What's the other one? Mad as a
box of spanners?
Yeah, is that, yeah. Is it a bag or a sack of...
Silly as a bag of lights.
No, there's another one. Oh, I don't know. But yeah, just take container and completely unrelated thing, stick it in there. Mad as a bag of rabid squirrels. Oh dear.
Oh, no,
Mad as a crate of oscillators.
So are you happy your girl's back?
Yeah, it's nice to keep bumping my elbow on it. It's the little things you miss.
It's just not the same when it's an Astrolab, is it?
Yeah. I mean, look, don't get me wrong, the Astrolab's a fine thing and will become even finer very soon. I've said too much, but it's a lovely thing, but it just doesn't have the presence, both sonic. Well, it does sonically, I suppose, but
both different
physically.
animals, completely.
You sort of look around and there's like lots of empty space, whereas this I feel like penned in now. But have you noticed I've got the 6 out there?
Yes, I have.
And then over there, which just out of shot, is the Matrix brute. So I'm surrounded now by all the big brutes.
Jeff Toman still can't get rid of his.
Yeah, it's, I don't know why. I mean, a lot of people probably don't want, the fancy expression, because sonically they're just the same. It's just that one's got 6 more voices.
Well, he said to me, he said, I'm on that position, he said, where I don't want to get rid of them because I bloody love them. He said, but financially I've got to. He said,
yeah.
It's do I keep them and tough out a year of, slightly skinned, or get shot and have a bit of money in my pocket. So.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not a great place to be in.
No, I've lived most of my life like that, so I'm,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah, indeed. Indeed.
But there you go. Some of us, some people get better opportunities than others, and that's fine. You know, I'm not bemoaning my life. Bloody hell, people far worse off than me.
Exactly.
Here she is.
Yes.
That Spock raised eyebrow there.
That's the fucking boot there.
What is that on the wall up above your head? Is that a glass block?
Yeah. Electricity meter.
Oh, right. So what wall's that? I was just trying to think.
That's the Kazi wall, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the... Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never seen an electricity meter behind a glass block before.
And it's a long way behind it as well. Yeah. That far.
Yeah.
And you can't see it.
You're not on smart meters there yet?
Nah.
I'm literally about to have one installed because I finally
Yeah.
had to relinquish it.
Yeah. I'm on smart meters for everything. Gas, electric and water now.
I only got electric here, so
I had to move, we got the little thing indoors that shows you how much you're using and, blah, blah, blah. And I used to have it just sort of in my eye line and I could see the little orange light go on and I'm like, what are you doing? Turn that fucking thing off. To be fair, there's not a huge amount that actually makes you go over. I mean, the kettle does, but we've got one of these, it's not a kettle, it's like a water, it's like a little urn with a little Eric next to it. But you just press a button and it just boils enough water for exactly what you want, rather than doing a whole kettle. And so that doesn't use much, and the coffee machine doesn't really use much. But I notice it when the washing machine's on, or the dishwasher, or the hairdryer. And seeing as there are 3 people in my house with lots of hair, not me, and they've all got their own bloody hair dryers. I mean, Luke is the worst. He's got fucking flowing mane, so every day he's fucking there for hours.
You know what? It's the first time I've sat here and enjoyed a great sausage roll.
Without being pestered.
I've just discovered where to go and eat.
He gets his face now. He's going,
He'd get a slap nose, he would.
Yeah.
If that was me. And
Yeah. I'll give you a bit in a minute. Shut up.
my boy went to this thing like this, I don't know what they call these days, but it's like an entertainment centre. But it's in the town centre, and you go in and you pay whatever it is to go in, and then you there's drinks and you can eat there as well. But you've got all sorts of games in there. So you have got pool, table tennis, crazy golf. And it's all indoors, little bowling thing and stuff. And
Sounds like a wait area for a really good brothel, doesn't it?
yeah. He came in late last night, so I said to him this morning, I said, how'd you get on? He said, oh, it was great, we played this, we played that. He said, the only thing we didn't do was the axe throwing. And I said, why is that? He goes, because you're not allowed to do it if you've had a drink. Oh, that's fair enough. You can just imagine that going Pete Tong, can't you? Axe throwing, fuck's sake. Oh dear.
Well, having been on the receiving end of sharp implements in the street in London a couple of times, no fucking thank you.
Indeed. We've had an update on the Beyerdynamic replacement bits saga. Well, the ones that I paid for have turned up. The ones that they offered me for free and then sent and got returned, Polar Audio are now sending me a free set. But guess what? They've got to order them in from Germany. I said, well, there's a pair sitting there that got returned. So it'll probably be a month before they turn up, but still.
Madness.
It is madness. Madness, they
Madness,
call
madness.
it madness.
Oh, pain. Oh, can't anything bloody go right around here? Go down it a bit better. Much lower than this. Ceiling cat is watching you wank.
What?
You remember that one?
What's that?
It was a photo. There was a hole in this.
Oh, yes.
Sticking out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cat is
Ceiling
watching-
cat is watching you wank. Yeah.
It's like your cat looking over the top of the door, and is it Mitzi?
Yeah, Mitzi, yeah. She had a funny turn this morning. She was all playful, wanted me to throw the ball, and she was running after it and then just batting it back down the stairs. So I was like, oh, okay, come on, hurry up. Okay, sister.
Uh-huh.
Bless her little cons. It's a clever marketing thing that the guys at Groove Synthesis were doing. They were giving these away on their stand. They're like, lanyards with what looks like a show pass, but it says access all areas on there. But basically, you scan the code and it takes you to the Groove Synthesis site. But people were getting them and putting them on, and all you could see was Groove Synthesis. So yeah, it was very clever.
Huh.
Rather than just a little card that you stick in your pocket and nobody sees.
Yeah.
That was cool. I emptied all my bags out last night and put everything away. It's only taken me a week. Yeah, so I have to have a rethink with some of the gear for next year. Or for the next show or whatever. Fine tune it all. I was just blown away. Nick kind of gave me a rundown of how his whole system works. It's so good. But it's taken him a long while, and he does a lot of the coding. But the fact that he can film a video, zap it to his cloud within minutes of it finishing, an AI package writes all the descriptions and everything, puts all the tags in and stuff. Somebody edits the video, somebody creates the thumbnail, they just upload it back into the system and it gets published on YouTube.
Huh.
There's literally no point anybody else ever doing what he does, because he does it so well and he has it so covered. And I think there was only him, Matt and Chris covering the whole show on the ground. And they've all got their little rigs and they're all just wandering around doing their thing. So just 3 people. But then obviously there's all the people back home. So
30 years of experience and tweaking it as you go.
exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
Clever man.
No bonnet stay on a Mustang.
No what? Sorry, no bonnet.
That's, yeah, that's face, isn't it?
What, you got 2 gas struts or something?
No, just 2 inches with springs.
Oh, then fuck yeah, yeah. I've seen people lose fingers taking those fuckers off.
Mm.
But he holds this bonnet up, no problem.
I was looking at mine the other day. I was topping my washer fluid up,
Yeah.
and it's kind of I think they call it like a clamshell, because the bonnet kind of moves forward as it goes up. So and it's on this kind of cantilever gas strut thing. But I noticed there was these other things, and I'm like, what are those? And I looked closer, and what it is, they're little explosives, and if you have a front-on impact, they fire and push the bonnet towards the windscreen by about so, and it's all damage limitation at the front end. So if you hit something, the bonnet comes out of the way, and is obviously less prone to hurting someone who gets hit by the front of the car, which I thought was clever. Oh, there's a funny thing on the local news the other day. Someone's doorbell footage, their doorbell cam footage of a couple of oiks stealing a Mercedes, and they're all sort of balaclavas and all this kind of stuff. And one of them goes up to the front door with his little relay device, which is just a big RFID loop, holds it up against the door. Like 3 seconds later, you hear the Mercedes go, vroom, vroom, and then he just doesn't even run, just casually walks away, jumps in the car with his mate, and they're off. And like they said, oh, these are the dangers of having keyless cars. No, this is the danger of stupid people not thinking about, doing the obvious thing and buying a little £5 Faraday pouch and putting your key in that, and that'd be it. No problem. Oh, and leaving your keys by the front door. Fucking stupid. But it did make me think, why don't manufacturers, because mine didn't, but why don't the manufacturers just supply you with a Faraday pouch or even a Faraday box just to put your keys in?
A branded one.
A branded, I've got 2 pouches. I keep one in the car for when I'm out and about, so I just pop the key in there if I'm out and about. But at home, I've got a Faraday box. And
Rob's got 2 pouches, one's for each bollock.
One for each bollock, yeah.
I think the best one I saw was bloke had those chain steering wheels.
Mm-hmm.
Well, unless you flick this little switch under the dashboard, if you try to start the car, it puts the ignition ball through the steering wheel.
Do you remember in the 80s?
Yeah.
That's not effective, right?
Still that cunt.
Do you remember is it around 87 when the Beastie Boys came out and they were wearing VW badges around their necks, because it was like all that kind of thing, and all the kids started stealing VW badges. So I had a mate who was a bit of a Larry fucker, and we were stood outside. We used to gather around the bus shelter in the village of an evening, and he'd pull up in his little VW Polo, and every now and again you get the local plod who are just sort of driving through, and they'd stop. Yeah, they'd see a group of youths, and they'd just stop and just check us out, say hello, and all that. Oh, hang on a sec.
Oh,
someone at the door.
Avon calling.
That's his eyeliner for tonight.
Oh no, he's DX7 fell over.
He can fuck off if I'm taking him the second one up.
Nothing for me. Anyway, yeah, so this plod would come along, and he saw my mate's car, and he said, oh, nobody's stolen your badge then. And Jason turns around and says to him, no, because I fucking wired it up to the battery, mate. And the policeman goes, oh, I might have to write you a ticket for that. That's illegal. It was dangerous, blah, 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 blah. And Jason says, fuck off, mate. I'm not having anybody stealing my badge. So there was a little bit of a talk, shall we say. Yeah. And Plod went on his way. But, yeah, wire that up to the fucker.
No, what's she been buying? But not say anything.
Well, yeah, but Jason was a gobby cunt, so...
Yeah.
Bless him. I think he's...
wiring up the steering wheel will probably come under that.
Yeah. I don't know. It's crime prevention, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's your head. You read.
Yeah.
Flamethrowers. They're not anti-theft devices. They're fucking war crimes, aren't they?
I used to know a guy that was in the South African police, and he used to regale us with some of the fucking stories. It was scary. He says, you have no idea what it's like to be sat on the back of a truck with your colleague, and then you hear a snap, and the next thing you know, your colleague's brains are over the side of your head because someone's taken the pot shot. Oh fuck! He was like, he kind of took it in his stride. He was like, clean myself up.
There was a news story this morning that 2 7-year-old kids playing in the garden. One dressed as a stormtrooper, and the other one was dressed in a dinosaur, like their onesie pajamas. Yeah.
Okay.
And they were both shot by police because when they were told to lower their plastic gun, they didn't.
Oh, fuck off. Jesus.
Yeah. In their own garden.
I remember when Sega brought out the Sega Saturn version of Virtua Cop, which in the arcades was one of those shooting games.
Yeah.
And they brought it out for the Sega Saturn, and they brought the gun out, and the gun was bright blue. And apparently the reason was that to show quite quickly that it wasn't a real gun because it was this bright shade of blue.
Yeah.
But what was it? Was it the old Binatone video games that the early TV video games that were generally Pong and a few other games? There was a shooting game with that, and it came with a gun like this big, and it was
like
black.
or something, wasn't it?
It was a black, and it was metal, and it looked, to all intents and purposes, like a real gun, except they just put a little orange cap on the end of the barrel.
I think that's what denotes a real gun from apparently.
Yeah.
If it's got the orange cap on, they know it's a fucking. It's not real.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there was probably people wandering around with real guns and putting orange caps on it.
Yeah. Or people taking the orange cap off and using it as a threatening. Yeah.
Yeah. It works both ways, doesn't it?
Exactly. Yeah. Oh well.
No, but something good for me.
Jupiter 8 with my name on it.
Brilliant.
Chips.
Aye. Oh, chip her.
I'm so gutted I forgot to go and see Jerome.
Yeah. Oh well.
He friended me on Facebook the other day, so hopefully I'll be able to apologise in person. What's that then?
3086.
Lovely.
Used to buy these in tubes for about £8.
No.
That was 30. One.
31?
30 for just one.
Oh, 34 one. Wow.
Yeah.
Times they are a-changing.
I'm afraid so, sir. Won't be long before synths are going to be written off, financially non-viable.
Aye.
When that happens, I'll be buying a lot of CS80s. I'd be able to back this up at 8 feet, get it in the sun, and get some fucking breathing room. Hey up. Just going to go out in a minute. Go and get a can of car cleaner. Or fill up a petrol can. One or the other. Maybe a bit of both. Always wanted a car with, white writing on it.
Always wanted what, sorry?
Always wanted a car with tyres with white writing on it.
That's what Tipex is for, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fucking Behringer tyres, mate. Of course, that's going to be a problem at some point. Behringer synthesizers are going to be the first synthesizers that will start to become financially non-viable to repair. That's the problem with going cheap. And I mean, the odds are stacked up against you, aren't they? Because it's cheap, because it's not fantastically built, which means it is going to fall over.
You want me to go out anymore?
Yeah,
Oh, you do?
yeah, please. Are you? What's that you're spraying on it?
Vinegar.
You're spraying vinegar on an electric toothbrush. Oh, to clean the. Oh, right, okay. She's off. Start cleaning the interior. So, which panel do you want to do the test wrap on, love? A wing?
Whatever you want.
Door?
Whatever you want.
Do you know what? We should do the driver's door because it means all that work done to the bottom. Doesn't it?
Yeah.
Kill two birds with one stone. Doesn't mean we
guess
have a
so.
car in the driveway with no door on it though. We'll put the cover over it.
Yeah.
If they can't see it's got no door on it, it won't attract attention, I suppose. Or we can wire the coil up to the steering wheel. I'm easy. We've got a pretty big wheelie bin, we can put the body in there, can't we?
This works a treat. Oh.
I tell you what, sweet tonight. You're out the front of the house in bare feet and wearing just a t-shirt.
No, I've got knickers on.
You got knickers on. Oh, okay. Oh, she's dressed then.
Look, mate, you go out on a Saturday night, you see way worse than that.
Oh, tell me about it. How's it working? Is it alright?
Go out in Torbay and they're wearing knickers. It's fucking, they're fully dressed.
Yeah.
That's all they've got to have on.
Oh, I really can't be bothered to do anything today.
Well, to me, working on this feels like doing nothing. Isn't it weird? Because there's no pressure.
Mm.
There's no customer barking at you. Not that we take an awful lot of notes of that anyway, do we, darling? The amount of times you go, customers going, oh yeah, but I really need it, I really need it. And you break your leg getting it done, and then you phone them up and say, right, it's all done. Oh yeah, right, I can't come to get it this month. Can I come and get it middle of next month? Yeah, I could have been working on something else and putting money in the bank. You want to black the windows, love? Go all John Wick on it.
Illegal.
You mean legal?
You get pulled over.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you've got to have the screen, haven't you? And the door mirrors can't be
Front windscreen, front windows
front windows.
must be no more than a certain percentage. I forget what the percentage is.
Yeah. Which would make it look stupid. So, all right, yeah, we won't bother then.
It doesn't look awful. I mean, I've got it on. Mine comes with blacked out rear windows and rear screen, but obviously not the front ones. It doesn't look awful.
Yeah, because see, Muzzy
Comes
is
in handy when you're jogging.
yeah, come in handy when you're dogging. Yeah,
I wouldn't know, Fiona.
Although I
She
guess
would.
that's not.
yeah. Well,
You get the feeling she just let something slip there.
yeah. The thing is, because it's a two-door, all it's got is a couple of tiny little quarter lights and the rear screen.
Yeah.
So it's
No, nothing goes in.
well, yeah, it is dark in the car, isn't it? Oh, I found that website that do the replacement rubbers. So you've got the windscreen rubbers, they're looking a bit. The screen rubbers, door trim rubbers and stuff like that. And they're not overly expensive. Or we could just buy a roll of rubber and then we make it fit ourselves. cut it to length and everything. Yeah, do that. Considering the depths that we're doing everything else, I suppose it's not going to make an awful lot of difference, is it?
Kent keeps sitting there. He's going to turn into Chad. He's going to be like, "What? No fucking spark plugs."
But you can't even fix. You can't even get the car to work. So
I haven't got the car to start yet. I think is the words that was missing from that sentence. Well, if you get off your arse and go and get the car cleaner, you'll have a crack, won't it?
where do I get that? What's it called?
It's called,
Halford.
yeah, car cleaner. Yeah, car cleaner. Car cleaner. Yeah. And while you're in there, have a look, have a sniff around and see if there's anything else you think you might need.
Yeah, I like that. I like the blue paint on this white post.
Well, be more careful.
It's very nice.
I don't hit it.
Yes, you do. I saw you.
What's your name? Donald Trump. Oh,
It's like the Ogdens, isn't it?
Yeah,
yeah, just more violence.
the Duckworth. She's his little swamp duck.
Now, me and Thibaut have a special report that has to be. She's got her dad's sense of humour. Who's a full-blown Aussie. You know?
Oh, yes. I went to bed early last night. I feel tired today.
I went to bed about 3.
Oh, jeez.
Woke up at 6:30 again, as usual. But managed to go back to sleep. Woke up at 7:30. I went, okay, there we go. I'll do it.
Right. 6:15 I was up this morning.
Yeah.
Pretty much every morning. 6:15 out of bed. It's funny. I actually went to bed early last night and missed a text message in the hour and a half sleep that I got before then from my friend whose mother got rushed to hospital in Plymouth and she was like stuck in Brixham. Can you get me to fucking Plymouth, please? Missed it.
Oops. Oops.
Yeah. Mr. Surcheck. Good afternoon, sir.
So it looks like I'm going to be working on an RX tomorrow then.
Well, once this pitch bend fucking module from Homegrown turns up, I can button this bloody D50 up. Got it in my studio. Until I decide to do the LEDs and the fucking screen on it, and it'll come back out again.
You can always get the LEDs done while you're waiting for the bit to turn up.
Yeah, I've got to get the LEDs in though. And I've got to find a supplier for the, you got to tell me who I've got to talk to about a screen for it as well.
Yeah, no, I'll find out. Just can't remember his name off the top of my head.
That's all right. Yeah, nice blue one. I think they're 40x2s on that, aren't they?
Something like that. Yeah. Oh, he'll know anyway.
Get yourself one of those as well.
Ooh.
Ooh.
64 memory cards in one.
Bloody hell.
How much is that?
Yeah, that's the problem. So
Yeah,
yeah,
there you go. That'll be the
But
killer.
it comes with like 12 banks of sound preloaded. But yeah, they're not exactly cheap. But if you compare it to buying, multiple original cards, $200.
Yeah, see, I'm not bothered about owning the original cards. As long as I can sysx shit across, I don't care.
Yeah.
and I've got as much. I've got so much SysX data that I can put into it. It's just silly.
It's yeah, they're definitely worth having with something like that.
Again, it comes down to whether you're going to use them. You know, it's just not something I'm overly worried about. To be fair. You just see him ripping that fucking tap off.
Yeah, quite happily rip that bloody tap off. So we're going to see the dogs for a minute.
I think they're still there.
Oh, I can guarantee it. They will greet us enthusiastically as they come into the hall. Oh, Siri's there. Hello, love. Hello, Nelly. Hello, Charles. How are you? Where's your mate? Where's Chuckles? Not Chuckles. Where's Lump?
Here. Here I am.
Oh, not you. Oh, there we look. He's sunbathing, Rob.
Oh, that Litland. That'll be Litland, won't it?
Can't see. It's frozen.
Lily's had
Oh,
your
there he
boots
is.
out. And your socks.
Oh, you.
I'll have a look.
Look at this. Git, eh?
Happy as a
Oh, hello, you. Hello, darling. Yes. Hello.
pig in poo, and he look at him.
Look at your lovely collar.
Oh, you got it on him then?
Yeah.
Oh, he's got one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't feed him last night, and he lost weight. Hello, boys and girls. Cool. It's nice in the sun. I'm not getting the benefit of that tucked in that bloody corner out the front. Oh.
Is Ken going for a wee?
It's like he's slashed, doesn't it?
It does feel like it, I must admit. Hello, young man. Come on then. Come say hi. Oh,
Put my one of a kind shirt up there. Look.
Oh, look at him.
Robbie.
Look at that collar.
Your mate, Robbie.
Can't hear me, can't see me.
He couldn't give a shit, could he? Oh,
Thing
look
is,
at him.
I personally think that if you're going to come down, better make sure it's this year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't that right, mate? You'll probably prove us all wrong, but hey. Because you slowed down a little, don't you, mate?
I've got an incredibly strong urge to go to the toilet right now because of that waterfall.
Oh, Siri. Hello. Oh,
You've been out front for an hour.
I've just been sexually assaulted. Someone straight in the camera. Come on in.
I think Keith's on delay because he's just asked if that's hypersensitive. We showed that about 10 minutes ago.
I think he's probably on a bit of a backlog.
Click the live button. Oh, look at him with his collar.
Yeah, look. Proceed Network. Hey? Oh, here's the other Process Network.
She's just flattening him in the face.
Yeah, fuck off. I've got a bigger collar than you.
Hello, sweet pickle.
Hmm.
Hey. Oh, yes. Your Uncle Robbie's going to come down and see you, give you a big cuddle. You're going to have a bath.
All he ever does is stare at me as if say, "Who the fuck are you and what are you doing in my house?" That's all he does to me.
No, he loves people, this one. Don't you? Eh? Lovely and warm.
It probably makes his joints feel really nice, actually, if he's warm.
Yeah, absolutely. But this is why we've got to keep his weight down. And he's such a glutton. Such a glutton. Didn't you? Hey, you never stop wagging that tail, do you? What a sweetheart. Oh, bless you.
I really need a wee.
Yeah. Oh, running water. Oh, the relief. The relief.
I even put reduced mic background noise. It still didn't get rid of it.
That's it, Kent. You know how to get him there, mate.
Yeah. Well, Jesus, with my bladder doing what it does on a daily basis, it doesn't need much encouragement.
Oh no, you haven't seen me for an hour. Oh no. Oh, poor abandoned doggy.
Yeah. Actually, that's reminding me, Steve.
Yeah.
I need to order another one.
What that? What, collar?
No, water bottle.
Oh. Excuse me. I think the collar came out at about 31 quid.
Really?
Yeah. But, you know, it says ProSense Network on it.
Yeah, but even so.
Yeah, but I know, but I mean, just trying to go, oh, but you could just get a normal collar. You know, it'd be like 2 quid. But yeah, but it doesn't say ProSense Network.
That's the thing. It's all promo, isn't it? And like I said to you the other day, if I get a cruise shirt, I will fucking pay for it. I would. Seriously, I would.
Well, you see, look, I mean, there he is. Look. Where is he? Right. Look, he's representing
He is, yeah.
Brothers Unite. Can't help noticing that one of my work boots is out here. Down there is one of my work socks.
I would.
I wonder how they got out of here.
I would check the insides of that before you put your foot in.
All right, PJS is in the house.
What makes me laugh though? Not chewed. Nothing done to it at all. Just stolen and left in the goal.
Yeah.
Weird dog. Alright, Smells. How you doing? What? Beautiful girl, eh? Hide! Where's your other sister? Ooh, oh, baby, you really cracked a nail. Badly. Oh. That must have hurt. She snapped the nail, and it's at an angle like that, right? But it's actually exposed the quick.
Ooh.
You better go and show your mum that. That's her tearing around like a bloody lunatic. He must be roasting.
He's a Spaniard. He loves it.
Yeah, true enough. Yeah.
Like Chihuahuas, they fucking love the heat as well, don't they?
Yeah.
They love a little bit of it.
They do.
The thing is, he may be Spanish, but he's a Norfolk Terrier.
Mm.
Look, when he's walking around, look. Watch the way he hobbles. Lumpy? Can't hear him in the tree, can you? Poor little soul. Lily. No. Your name's not Lily. Is it? No? Well, sit down then.
Right.
Don't be out. You pause to yourself. What now? Ah! Kill a dog. Scratch your ass. Like that. I was having that in front of that now. I wish you wouldn't lick my glasses. What? Mummy's going to go and get some carb tea.
There we go. Another one ordered.
Excellent.
Changed the colour as well a little bit. I wasn't too happy with the. It was more red than orange, and I wanted it orange, so I've gone for a proper orange one this time. Now, shall I send myself a video thanking me for buying my own merchandise?
You didn't send me one.
Yeah, I did.
No, you didn't.
Let me check. I'm pretty sure I fucking did.
You did?
Kent Spong.
Cheers, mate. Hope Noah enjoys it. Thank you.
Well, where's
Cheers,
that?
mate. Hope Noah enjoys it. Thank you.
Where's that then?
It would have been sent to the email address used to place the order.
It didn't show up in the inbox. How weird. Yeah, I think Noah's quite partial to it.
It's called radical honesty.
Is it now?
Radical honesty.
I have no idea what that was.
How is honesty radical? It's the fucking truth. End of.
The Oval Office, it would be.
Well, yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah, we'll take that one.
Yeah.
Right. Back to dashboard. Last time, 2:05. Oh, fudge it hell.
Must be out in the sun, isn't it, Noah? God, this grass is so flat now. More like a billiard table than a lawn.
Just think, if you get Steve Davis come round, you can fix his sense, and he can have a few.
Yeah, you can have a few goes, couldn't you?
Yeah.
With Nelly.
Is that why you have it? Is that why you have a pool?
Huh?
Is that why you have a pool out there?
Oh. What do you make a party noise? Oh, no dear. What?
That's going to be on my gravestone, isn't it? Matt Evans, he was known for his shit jokes.
No, it was just he was known. Or shit jokes. Matt Evans, shit jokes.
Is that
On
right?
sale now at all the bookstores. Now, the one I liked was Mum goes to her son. She goes, "I've just had a phone call from your principal, and he's told me that you were sent home for using the C word." That was clever, wasn't it? No, Mum, it can't.
Dear, oh dear.
Remember that? Ow! It's got an electric shock off you. Come on, let's get off this lawn. I think the lawn could start the muzzy. Oh. Bloody hell. Static build-up going on out there, love. Yo, don't move or anything, Charlie, will you? I'll step over you, mate. Oh, Charlie, I was following the screen. You all right, Ted? Lovely cup of coffee. It's alright, won't it, you ready? That's gonna spill. I don't mean the little brown ones in the garden. Oh. There we go. We're on. Oh, there we are. Oh. That'll do. Okay, I'll let him in. There we go.
Afternoon.
Afternoon.
I do.
Yeah, my memory's cracked now.
This will make you laugh. So what happens when I go to Super Booth and say, "Yeah, you can have my car, Sarah. You can do what you like."
Ah.
Parking too long in Iceland car park. 40 quid fine.
Well, that'll teach you for going abroad, wouldn't it?
Yeah, those Icelandic people.
Oh, yeah,
very,
well, I
very,
went to Iceland and I met
very-
my mates, then we went to the pub, had lunch. I was like, yeah, you got an hour in here, not fucking 4. I don't. Bloody hell.
Oh, dear.
And it's my car with my name on it.
Don't
Not
allow
just
that.
theirs. Yeah. Hey ho.
What are you after, Nosy?
Too hot to work on the Muzzy, was it?
No, just waiting for Fiona to get back from Alfred's.
Oh, right, got some more bits to put on it.
Actually, I did say to her, didn't I? Oh, if you see anything else of use in there while you're there, that's it.
Yeah, that's always dangerous, mate.
That's not the sort of thing you should say to Fiona.
No.
Oh, God.
Because
I
Alfred's sold
hoovered.
all sorts.
I hoovered this kitchen, right, yesterday. And this, right, this is one corner by the fridge.
Ooh.
Just one corner. Jesus. And it seems to be all Charlie coloured.
Oh.
Yeah, I saw you looking. You could probably just pull a bit of hair out of your coat. Let's have a look. Oh, there you go. It's like a great big bastard.
It's like a sideways version of Get Jervis, isn't it?
Man. Oh, he's pissed off and he's got the arse. How dare you remove my fur?
Well, if the seats in the Muzzy are sagging, you can always stuff it out with that, couldn't you? Genuine dog hair car seats.
What are you staring at, Nose? What's the matter, mate? What? What's happening? Come here, I'll give you a cup. There's it, boy. Okay.
Look at him, look.
I'll put my feet up.
He's like a blonde spit the dog, isn't he?
Good boy. Good boy.
Good old spit the dog.
Ah, you good lads? Hey? You poor old fella, aren't you? Hey? You poor old fella. Yes, you are. You are so spoiled, aren't you? Hmm?
No sign, my buggers.
All that sun in it, yeah.
Wants for nothing, this dog. Do you? Hmm? Well, don't look at me like that. You never want to sit on my lap. You've got an aversion to heights.
Yeah.
Ooh-bah. Well, if we spray card cleaner in it and turn it over and it tries to start, we know there's something wrong with the carb. At least at the inlet anyway. Nice having a dog that can lay down on your lap. Yeah. Tiny little doggy.
Robert Fripp and Toy Wilcox have been married 39 years.
I know, can you believe it? Did you see the little happy birthday message you did for
Yeah.
him? Oh, they're lovely, aren't they? I just love watching them.
I mean, think about it though. If you were married to Toya Wilcox, you'd have had a fucking heart attack or two by now, wouldn't you?
Well, yeah, quite.
She's loony bin, isn't she? She's great. What Sunday brunch they do?
Yeah, yeah. Did you see any of the early ones?
Yeah.
She didn't give a fuck, did she?
Out for the lads, I think's the expression in there.
Definitely. There was a couple of points going on, wasn't there?
What's he, 79 this year, isn't he? Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a picture up on Facebook of the two girls from the front cover of that Roxy Music album.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. One of them looks pretty much the same as she did on the album, just a little older sort of thing.
Yeah.
And the other one looks like she's been dragged behind a Land Rover for 2 months.
Didn't age well then.
So yeah, it didn't age well at all.
The one that always just astounds me is Elizabeth Hurley.
Well, she said,
I mean,
all right.
She posted a picture on her Instagram today of her with Dennis Leary, you know, the comedian.
Right.
And it was 2 pictures that they'd had taken with each other, and like one must have been 30 years ago, if not more, and the other one was like in the last few days. She's barely changed.
Really?
I mean, top to bottom, just like. So either she's got great surgeon, or she's got a picture in the attic that is progressively getting older and older. You know, it's it's astounding.
No, because when you said, you know what amazes me about Liz Hurley, I thought
there's a few things that amaze me about Liz Hurley.
I thought you were going to say that she was an actress.
Yeah.
I still say her running on stage and Billy Connolly's reaction.
That was brilliant, wasn't it? Yeah, that was fantastic.
Yeah.
In so many ways.
I think she's got the same acting range as Jason Statham.
You're being a bit generous there. Oh, right, Kent, we need to get on now. I've got my Polybrute back.
Kill. Excellent.
Oh yeah, yeah.
We need to crack on. I've got all my brutes out.
Espen Craft meme on Facebook this morning.
No, I didn't know.
Oh, okay.
Was that in synth memes?
Yes.
I do like a good Espen Craft meme.
He doesn't, but then he's Espen Croft.
And you're not.
And you're not, yeah.
Need to do those t-shirts.
Yes. Oh, what the Toy Story one?
No, I don't think it was.
No, there's probably lots.
Yeah. You know what? I don't think I've ever seen any of his videos.
Save your
You
time,
haven't
mate.
missed much.
I was going to say you're not missing much.
No.
There's a comment in the chat on that one. It's a shame because I feel like some of his older stuff borders on interesting.
Borders is about right. Everyone I think everyone I've spoken to has said, you know, he used to make videos that weren't quite awful, but were okay, and then now he makes shit. Yeah.
I wonder if he was using the word borders the same way as Nigel Farage does. But there's no way that's getting into the interesting area.
No.
Yeah, listen, I like Espen. I don't always agree with him, but I think he's a positive force for the greater Tuberverse. In a lot of his rant videos, he's intentionally screwing with people. Somebody replied, "That's a bit like saying I didn't always agree with Jimmy Savile, but I think he's a positive force for the greater Jimmy Fix-It verse."
Oh yeah.
Fucking love people sometimes.
I can't find anyone other than that the Espen Craft Toy Story one, but I did find this and I thought this was funny.
Yeah. Yeah. So that as well.
Let's do a little.
It's like that chap that was complaining about how, you know, synthesizers with full-size keys are always so big.
Good one.
God, there's a potential Trump supporter if I ever saw one.
Yeah, this is the only one I found. Espen Craft. Modern synths are overpriced MIDI controllers with a god complex. Just dumbass supporters.
Oh, dear me.
Espen Craft saying people should only comment if they have something nice to say is peak Espen Craft. Can you inspired by Volcaline? This one was a good one.
Yeah. Oh, Lord. Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah.
Oh, this one's a good one. Oh, they put it as two separate photos. There you go.
Yeah.
I noticed she pulled a stank face when she was playing with that. She did a lovely little jam this morning on her Instagram. It's the first thing I turned on this morning. It was really nice. She was having a bit of insomnia, so she just turned her studio on and started jamming. Fuck yeah, dubstep.
Preachy vegans.
So tats. Should have got a chance to talk to him when we were
Yeah, we should have done. Yeah. You a busy boy there every time I walk past.
there. Yeah. Everyone's a doorless jammer until you put one of these in front of them.
Yeah.
I think I've seen that one before.
Your parents should just drop it.
Those were standing, those were.
Yeah, they look it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sadly, even if there was enough demand for them, I don't think we'd be able to afford one.
That's
Yeah.
That's brilliant.
Yes.
Oh, I could spend hours on here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because who needs two of those?
Yeah. See, Beth.
That's quite a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ay, ay, ay.
You are real.
I was the first with the Keith in Watford one. Fuck 'em.
Yeah.
Right, I've actually got to go because it's coming up on school run time. So
We got some work to do too. Catch you all later.
certainly will. See you in a bit.
Yeah.
There
you go.
Cheers. Bye.
Ta-ta.
Only on my scampi.
You what?
Tartar. Only on
Oh.
my scampi.
Yeah, all right.
Okay.
Got me there. Yeah, broke my head.
I think
Right.
he's standing in for you, Matt.
Right, see you in a bit.
Laters.
Yeah, like
Bye.
that. Oh, man. It's quite nice on a sort of quietish day.
Yeah.
Makes a
Not
change.
too, not too warm either, is it?
It's not too warm, but it's certainly warm enough to be happy and pleasant.
Hmm.
God dear. I think he's gone, mate. Rob? I think he's dropped off, mate.
Can't say.
Where is he? There we go.
Oh, you cooled up in the corner.
Nice and cool in there.
Oh, bless him.
Time to cool down. But that's him. Throw a blanket or a hanky on the floor, he'll go over to it and like that.
Yeah.
Cats do that as well, don't they?
Yes, my two. You put they got a whole double bed, right? And Jackie might put some towels that she's just washed, just put them on the side of the bed. That's the one place they go. Is the towels. Not the big comfy duvet or
Yeah.
on the towels. Or on if she leaves her clothes on the bed, they go on they sleep on her clothes.
Wow.
Yeah. Very strange.
That was a meme I saw this morning as well. Because there's a cat at the desk with the paw on the mouse sort of thing, looking at the monitor.
Yeah.
It's like, this Amazon thing's a scam. You actually have to buy something to get a box.
Yes.
Yeah, my lot loved the box.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, don't. Oh, it's gonna take- ugh, ugh. Fiona when she said, she goes, well, if you were up at quarter to 1, why didn't you go out and work on the Muzzy? I said, because it was 7:45. Can you imagine if it actually started?
Yeah. That would have been good.
And she went, oh yeah, good point. Get a visit from the Noise Abatement Society.
Yeah.
Boom, 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 boom. I can't remember if you got that working or not. You got a lot of background noise today.
It's because I turned my it's my fan. I've got my fan blowing right at me, and I turned the where is it? Better?
Oh yeah, that's done it. Yeah,
Yeah, because if I have that on when I play the Polybrute,
it breaks it up. Yeah,
it breaks it up.
There's no happy medium.
No.
Yeah. But you have it on when you do PSN though, don't you?
Yeah, because I have the fan on.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's what I meant. You have to
Otherwise, I get sweaty titties.
Indeedies. Yeah, I noticed that the studio gets a little toasty.
Yeah. One day I might have aircon.
Yeah.
But even with aircon, you'd have to put some noise reduction on because that's not never quiet, is it?
Well, little heads up, if you do get aircon, do expect your electricity bill to double.
Yeah, exactly. I did think about getting a little portable one just for those sort of few weeks of the year where it gets quite unbearable.
Yeah.
But they're not cheap, and you think, look, if I'm buying it and only going to be using it maybe for a month or so a year, what's the point? Yeah. You know.
Well, they do one now. I think I'll tell you who it is. It's Shark, made by Shark.
Oh yeah.
What it does is an oscillating fan on a stand, but it sprays water vapor as it does it. It says,
"Oh yes,
much quicker." Go,
yeah.
Yeah, that's the last thing I need is water vapor all over me sense.
Well, last year in the middle of Lidl, they had a small version of that. It was about sort of like so tall, and you had a little canister of water in the bottom with this kind of wick, which was I don't know what it was. It was some sort of fabric material pressed into a little tube, and that wicked up to the fan, and then what you got was this kind of vapor. It wasn't like spray or anything. It was just this vapor that came out, and then this little fan, and it would oscillate and stuff. It worked for about 2 months, and then just gave up. So they got chucked in the bin. But it kind of was a bit cooler, but not so you'd really notice. So I some years ago. Sorry, I'm really tired. Some years ago, I bought this fan off of Amazon. There's a clip-on thing. It's got this big, giant sort of clip with rubber teeth, and I just bought it for when I was in the last house. I put it on one of the Jaspers stands, and it would just blanket the sort of place where I was sitting with a slight breeze. But there isn't sort of. I wanted it here. I wanted it closer. It's got clipped onto the windowsill now, and it just blows over here, so it's not bad. It helps.
Do you know what?
It would help if I could open the fucking windows, but what with the cats not being outdoor cats anymore.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking about getting some of that mesh. You can stick it around the frame, and then you just put this mesh sheet up, and you can open the window and close the mesh, and get all the benefits. But then
hold on to it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But because the road, I mean, I live on a little cul-de-sac, so when I say the road, it's not a road.
Yeah.
But it's literally right outside. I mean, there's about that much between my window and the side of the road.
Yeah.
So if I have my windows open when I'm doing anything, you just get all the noise of the fucking cars. So
Yeah.
yeah.
It's funny. I was just looking at the video here. You know, my camera view, and I'm going, oh, what's that? And I went, oh, I forgot. Do you know what? I forgot they were up there. See those up there?
Oh yeah.
They're porcelain.
All right.
My dad bought them
Mm.
fucking years ago. It was Battle of Hastings, right? And it's like, oh yeah.
He bought them at the Battle of Hastings.
No,
How old
not-
was your dad?
Yeah. So, because I remember Fiona going, she goes, bloody hell, what are these worth, do you reckon? I mean, I don't know, but there were a lot of money in 1968. So, I don't know.
Get them across to the Antiques Roadshow. There you go.
Yeah. They're signed on the back and all that sort of thing, but. Because they used to be over the fireplace. I say fireplace. We had a fireplace in the front room. And what it was, Dad had made it out of wood, essentially. And he had this bobbly wallpaper,
Mm.
sprayed it copper.
Right.
It looked quite real. But
Yeah.
And then we had this plastic log fire, which had lights in it. That we did the little...
Yeah, with a little. Yeah.
Yeah. To give the impression of a real log fire.
I was fascinated by it. My nan had one of those in her front room, and I couldn't figure out how it looked like there were flames. And then I sort of snuck, and you could see, and then there's these little silver discs
Silver discs
on a little pin, you know, little rod, and it was just the heat from the lamp that would make it spin. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. Whereas my nan had real fires. That was always fun.
Yeah.
Getting that started. She used to let me light it as well. It was really small.
I got quite good at doing that.
Well, her philosophy was if I was, my job at the weekends when I used to stay with her was to light the fire. I wouldn't be overly fascinated by fire.
Mm.
If you see what I mean.
Yeah.
When
normal.
Because you have to light a fire as a chore, you're less likely to be in the back garden with a box of matches trying to set fire free or something. And it's true. It's pretty much what happened.
When I was a kid, my dad had this restaurant just outside Norwich, and so it was this old 17th or 18th century coaching house originally.
Yeah.
So it's a very old building in the middle of this village, surrounded by fields on like pretty much all sides. And he would sometimes pick me up from school because we had been living above the restaurant for about 2 years, and then he bought a bungalow a few miles away. So he would then sometimes pick me up from school, and I'd go back to the restaurant. He would just be prepping the kitchen for the night, ahead, and I'd just be upstairs just waiting, bored out of my fucking skull. And I remember one day he'd got this lovely desk lighter. It was like this gorgeous piece of kind of greenish marble, big old heavy thing with, big old flint thing on it. And I was like playing with this. I was like, oh, that's cool. And I saw a bit of paper in the waste paper basket, and you just light that bit of paper.
Yeah.
And I guess I'd blown it out, but hadn't thought about just throwing it back in. I thought it was out, put it in the bin. It wasn't completely out. And the next thing I know, the room is filling with smoke because it's lit all the other paper bits and combustibles in this, this waste bin.
Yeah.
And I'm like panicking. I have no idea. I mean, I must have been, how old? We moved there, 76. So I must have been like 6 or 7 years old. Had no idea what I was doing. I ran downstairs and out the front door. Yeah. The next thing I know, my dad and his business partner have got handkerchiefs over their face because they've gone up there, found it, fire extinguishers, put it all out and stuff. And my dad couldn't find me, and he eventually finds me out at the front of the restaurant, and he asked me if I knew what was going on, and I said, no, well, and because this is back when they used to do stubble burning, and it was that time of year. And I said, oh yeah, I saw a spark fly in the window, and it must have landed in the bin. And I thought I'd got clean away with it because my dad was like, okay, yeah, all right, if that's what you say, it happened, fine.
Yeah.
And we get home, and my dad says to my mum, he said, yeah, we had a bit of an incident. Hey, Robbie, why don't you tell your mother what happened at the thing today? And I doubled down on the whole thing. And he never let on that he knew that it was me. He never, which was surprising for my dad because he had a bit of a temper on him. And I had almost burnt his entire fucking business down.
Yeah.
But after that, I was very respectful of the flame. I was just like, no, I'm not having that again. But no, I used to get I got quite adept at doing fires because when my mum remarried, we moved into a council house and that had a proper fireplace. And my stepdad, to this day, still has an open fire going. And so I used to get quite adept at laying the fire. And when we moved to Mendlesham, so this was 2012? No, before that, 2006. Yeah, 2006. And it was a modern 3-bed detached house, but it had an open fireplace. And Jackie's like, oh, haven't had a proper fire in years. So I said, oh, let's start using it. And we used to have an open fire every year, all the way until we left the house before we came here, because this one doesn't have a fireplace.
Yeah.
And I got to that point where I was like, yeah, I'm kind of done with that now, because it's a lot of work. Every day you've got to clean it out, then you've got to relay it, you've got to buy coal, you've got to buy wood, kindling. I'm done with that. But it is nice. There is something nice about sitting down with a nice little open fire going and the cat's laid in front of it. And yeah, it's kind of cozy, but
yeah,
not anymore.
Oh, I don't know. No, good old days.
Indeed.
Fucking miles away now.
I always used to worry about because the fire would never be fully out when we went to bed, and I'd just be petrified of something, a little coming out and starting a fire. Because we used to get birds come down our chimney as well.
Oh yeah, no, about that.
Yeah, big old pigeons.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time we'd have like 2 or 3 starlings in the kitchen when we come down in the morning.
Yeah.
It happens. All the dogs sitting here waiting for Mum to come home. Yeah, waiting up there. Come home, Mummy. Oh, hello. What? Come and sit down here. Come sit down beside me. Yeah.
Oh, it must be going home time soon.
Oh, I suppose, yeah. About half an hour. They normally come out about 3:15, I think, don't they?
I'm talking about me and my work. I'm still there for another 3 hours. Not that I've got much to do today, so.
Yeah, we're using the word work as just a rough reference.
Yeah. I'm doing, administrative tasks.
Yeah. Yeah, we're not.
Actually, somebody wants me to do a voiceover, so I might have to go and do that.
I really just don't fancy going in the workshop today.
Mm.
Well, when you're working Saturdays and Sundays down there as well, after about 2 months, it gets a bit on your tits after a while.
Yeah.
Got lots done, for sure, but, Now we've got old Steve Winwood's bloody CS80 coming Wednesday. And somebody else dropped down some stuff, and it's like, oh, God. But at least the stuff I can get done, turn over and put the money in the bank, rather than banging my head against those, those 4 or 5 wankers down there that don't want to repair. Oy.
So I've been trying to get hold of a Moog Messenger for review, but this, I don't know what. There's 2 problems. Moog seems slightly reluctant to send review units out,
Yeah.
and their marketing people, or sorry, their PR people, we're a third party company. They're about as much use as a chocolate fire guard. And then we've got, obviously, Gear News is part of a group of companies like Bonido.de and GearNews.de, and there's GearNews.com. There's a couple of other sites as well.
Yeah.
And they're all owned by the same company. And sometimes one person from one of those websites will ask for something to, for review. And the person or the company that's sending it thinks it's going to all of us. They forget that, there's a bunch of us that don't live in Germany, so we don't all work together and we can't get hold of this stuff. So
Yeah.
battling with that at the moment, but I'm hoping that Eric will swing things for us in a favourable way. Oh, I spoke to Lisa Belladonna this morning.
Yeah.
And she was telling me she's moving her studio from one room to another room or something. It's going to be way, way better. And she's then going to have a multi-camera setup so that she can, film from all these different angles.
Yeah.
So once that's done, she's going to come on.
Nice.
Yeah. I'm still waiting to see the finished version of her live set that she did on main stage performance at Super Booth. We couldn't stay for it, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But it was filmed. So she had a couple of messengers, a Muse, and then a few of the little desktop Moog things like I forgot what they're called now, Labyrinth and other bits. It's very good. The bits I heard. Oh. We got about 7 or 8 people or companies all wanting to come on the show now, so we're building up a nice little list.
Yeah.
It's got to
Nicely
book them
fill
all
up
in.
a couple of months, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He's barking because he suddenly realised he's in the kitchen by himself. We're here. Over here.
He can't hear you.
No. Mate,
Fart, give him a clue.
over here. Come on. Come on, you silly monkey. Come on. Up your steps. Come on, use your steps. Come on. Come on. Come on, use your steps. You're not going to because I'm here. You go, no, you lift me up. Come on then. Ready? Oh, there you go. Oh, there you go. Sit next to your sister. God. Yeah, look. I was trying to come over.
Scotcho.
It could
That
be
was all
that
alone, Dad. I
the
was
bubble.
scared. I was scared.
Yay. Little git.
Oh,
Oh, yeah. Little sweetheart. Hello. Come on then. Sit down beside me then. There you go. Yeah. I don't know what it is, but lately nothing has been straightforward.
no.
No. There was always some sort of like element that just doesn't make that happen. Like under normal circumstances, what you should do with that, charge up the battery, turn it over a few times, it catches, yay, move on, and start doing the bits and pieces that needs to be done.
Mm.
No. It's going to be weird for a moment. See, the thing is, if I spray carb cleaner on the top and it tries to start, it means that fuel is getting to the carb from the fuel pump, but not getting through the carb into the chambers, to the jets. So carb's got to come off.
Easy, Tiger.
Yes. That's it. No, he's happy now, though. There we go. You're right now.
Look at him.
Sweet. He's quiet now. No, it's funny because he doesn't hear us leave the room.
Yeah.
There's been times when he's been in the kitchen and he's just, just sitting down at the back door, staring down the garden. And I come with a coffee, and then Fiona will come in with a cup of tea and sit down and everything like that. And then after about, as soon as he realises he's on his own, it's ruff, ruff, ruff. You've forgotten me. Will he come in on under his own power? No, he will not. Got to go and meet him and go, come on. Yeah, little prune, aren't you? Oh,
Right, I've got to go and do this voiceover.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. It's just an update to one of our modules, but because it's my voice throughout the whole thing, I have to do the update. So I have to go and listen to the module and listen to my voice, because obviously your voice is different every day. You might have a cold, or you might have a dry throat, or you might have recorded it in the morning and not the afternoon, or vice versa. So you've got to listen to your voice and then get it as close to the original. Not too deep, not too, yes. I might have the microphone here one day, and then I might have it here the other day. So it's just for a little flipping update.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it stands out a mile.
Yeah, but do people really notice?
The thing is, I always think if I notice, other people will notice. Most people probably won't. Absolutely.
And more to the point, would it even matter?
No, it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter at all.
It's personal pride.
It is. It's my boss is always picking me up. You worry too much on the things that don't really matter. I know, but it's like I did this live stream. Yeah, I did this live stream a couple of days ago for the day job, and I'm still. When I think about it, I get mortified. So because we were doing 2 live streams, one after the one day and one on the next day, and I've got both sets of opening and closing credits because I have to do them for each show because we've got different people on, so I have to change all the names and stuff. And so I've got the 2 pairs of opening, intros and outros lined up in the system because I use StreamYard for that as well. Yeah. And we'd finished this 50-minute long live stream about physical access control systems best practices, riveting stuff. But it was actually really good. It was probably one of our best live streams we've done in terms of attendance and engagement. And I said, so I did the whole thing. I said, bye everyone. See you tomorrow next time. Blah, blah. Click the closing credits, and I clicked the closing credits for the following day's show. So it threw up all these different names, and I'm like, shit, bang! Yeah. Hit the other button, got the proper credits rolling, and at the end of it, I said, oh, that was brilliant, except for the end bit. And they go, what do you mean the end bit? I said, I messed up with the titles. And they said, we never noticed. I'm like, oh, I fucking did. But then I spoke to one of my colleagues the following day, and he said, I did notice that. And I said, yeah, well, I expect you because you're like me. We're all sort of, so just the little things, but it's annoying.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you want that satisfaction of job well done, don't you?
Exactly, yeah. But as long as my boss turns around and says, that was good, that's all I need to hear because,
Well, he's the guy that decides whether you get money in your bank account or not.
Well, indeed.
So keep him happy and everything else will fall into place.
All right.
Yeah,
right.
Look at this the old glove box. Look at it.
Oh, Jesus.
So she's nearly finished the new one.
Nice. Right, I'm going to go and do this.
All right.
I will see you later.
I don't know how long she's going to be with this bloody stuff. I don't know.
Oh well, good luck.
Yeah, all right.
I'll probably hear it from here anyway when it starts up.
Yeah, there'll be a local warning probably. You hear some sort of air raid sirens going on.
Little rumble, yeah. All right, buddy. Well, I'll see you. If I don't see you before, I will see you tonight.
Indeed. I think because it's a quiet day, I should be there early.
Nice. Wow.
Well, I was almost early last week.
Yeah.
my intention was to be up there by about, I think it was about half 6, something like that.
Mm.
And then there's just a plethora of things that I had to get sorted out suddenly. And put all, oh, no, I've got to do this, got to do that, and everything else. And then the Mac Studio went, oh, I'm going to do the slowest boot up, and I'm going for the record. And it was sitting there. It was just a blank screen for ages and ages. And eventually it went, pop, oh, here we go.
There we go.
Enter the code to get in, and the keyboard's going, it's lost the Bluetooth connection again.
Oh, no.
And it'll do this thing sometimes when you boot it up, the spacebar won't work. All the other keys on the keyboard work, but the spacebar, nothing.
That's weird.
Yeah. So, yeah, so I ended up like 2 minutes to 7 or something like that.
Well, still, that's early for you.
Well, yeah, true enough. But then you do your bit at the beginning, so there's a good 10 minutes into the show where it won't matter if I'm there or not.
This is true.
You know?
This is true.
So, but yeah, you don't want to cut it too close.
No.
Because eventually one week you go, oh yeah, well it's the 10 minutes, and the next minute you're turning up at like 7:30, and it's like, oh there you are, well done. So you get too complacent with it. So
yeah.
So I'll get in early tonight.
All right, mate. Well, if I don't say so, if I don't see you before, I'll see you then.
Cool. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Oh, thank you.
Right, I will see you later. Take care.
Right. See you.
Bye.
Right. So here we sit waiting for car cleaner to turn up. How exciting. Right, do you know what? I think I'll go back in the kitchen. A bit brighter in there. Yeah, it's a lot brighter. Oh. Plus we've got some coffee in here. Halfords can't be that far away. It can't take that long. One thought. The only problem is if she starts browsing. We will be up to our neck in it. I was wondering if there's anything else we could do to the Muzzy before she gets back. I mean, there's loads that could be done, but you know what I mean? It's anything relevant to getting it started. I think I've done everything. So I don't know. What do I do with the lighting? Hang on a sec. Put the lighter down. That's stupid. Doesn't help when you've got a dog laying on your lighter. Makes it difficult to find. Yes, yeah, that's another thing. It might do the trick, as you say. We confirmed that fuel's getting to the carb in buckets, but it's not even attempted to even pop or fart once, you know? So there can't be fuel getting into the chambers. And it's not like the spark plugs felt wet when I pulled one out. So, like you say, it could be bunged up. Well, we'll see soon enough when this carb cleaner gets here. See, if I spray it in while she turns it over, although I might put a little in it first and just let it sit for a minute or two. Let it do its thing. Might be a better idea, because I could be spraying carb cleaner in it, it's not getting through the jet straight away and it won't start either. It wasn't an exceptionally bitter winter, but it was a very long one. And they don't like sitting around, as you say. But even if we get it to actually start so that I can move it away from the wall, that'd be great. Because every time I want to go to the other side of the engine, I have to walk all the way around the car, rather than just walk around the front, because it's right up against the bloody wall. And while she's doing the interior, I'll be taking the panels off and bringing them out the back here. Getting rid of rust, dents, discrepancies. And then put me into the workshop to wrap them. And then any mechanical bits and pieces that need to be done along the way. Because a considerable amount of that car is bolt on, fortunately. And I've got to do all that treatment to the driver's door as well, because it's eaten through the door skin the whole way along. Because the guy put some body filler on it, where there was some, I think there was some rust or something, or damage or something. He put loads of body filler on it, but they blocked the drainage holes. So water got in there and ate the skin from the inside out. So I'd take all that back and repair all that. So unlikely I'll get a door skin for it. So mind you, it's been a while since I put a door skin on. Used to love fitting door skins. One of my favourite jobs when I was a paladin. Used to love it if the insurance company went for a new door skin rather than the repair. So, I don't know. I wonder if it's possible to get a door skin for a 73 miles. Maybe not in the UK. Maybe more available in the States. So, hopefully the rust isn't, it's got too far. And I have to, it's got into the structure, in the structural part of the door. Because I'll probably have to cut it away, fit a new bit of metal in there, and then weld it. So, which would be great if it was gas welded. MIG welders tend to get a bit lumpy, don't they? So, we'll see. Hopefully the damage isn't too bad. But I'm not going to think about that until the door's off and actually on the bench in the garden. And then there's things like sorting out all the chrome work. Doesn't have chrome bumpers, so that's something. Because they wouldn't like the winter at all. But there's chrome rocker covers they need sorting. Chrome pancakes, that needs sorting as well. So there's plenty to do. Probably help Fiona strip down the interior. And then we'll keep it under a body cover. We don't want people knowing that it's got no doors. Just it's inviting somebody to come and have a sniff around, isn't it? I don't know what the hell's keeping her. Because it's what? 3:10 now. How's she doing, Andrew? Oh, cool. Nice Billy as well. You've written her a song. Oh, cool. Oh, so you are. Sunlight on the screen, couldn't see you.
Jesus. Yeah, I've written her a song. I'm not sure she's best pleased.
Oh. What, adding insult to injury?
No, it's just, you know what us boys are like.
Yeah, I know.
You know, what's the song? Stool Pigeon. Do you remember that? When you go down to the GP's and you're there to get your garden scanned by the minge doctor. For some reason,
She lost her shit over that.
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't mind, but I was singing it very publicly in the Co-op car park where I picked her up from with the windows down, and people was turning to look. I think they appreciate it, you know? Cha, cha, cha. Yeah.
I get the feeling that, well, both Liz and Fiona would have a lot to talk about.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I can't help myself sometimes. I just have to, you know, it's like Tourette's.
Yeah.
Kind of once that little wiggle of a worm of a of a thing gets in your head, it's kind of blah blah blah. Minge. Yeah, you say it. Out it comes. Andrew! What? I'm thinking you were a lovely song.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah. No, she's good. She's good.
Good.
So what's the problem with the door?
Oh, it's
very rusted out.
Very rusty. They saying they put body filler in it and they block the drain pipe. The drain.
Oh, for fuck's sakes! Yeah. That's gonna do it every time.
Yeah.
Have you searched for Have you searched for a scrapyardy second-hand one somewhere?
It comes up very negative in the UK.
Do you mean bad or not non-existent?
Non-existent.
Well, you're a panel beater.
Yeah, well, no, I'm going to do it. So it's funny because Fiona said about she goes, so you're a skilled panel beater? And I went, yeah. She goes, do you have certificates? I went, yeah. I got the certificate saying I'm a fully skilled. Was it body accident repair engineer or something, whatever they call it? And she goes, why haven't you got it framed up on the wall? I said, because I don't need to remind myself.
I know that's what I can do.
Yeah, I know I can do it. I don't need to look at a piece of paper to tell me I can.
Yeah, Liz. Well, lots of people do that. I've got all these certificates and awards and shit.
Yeah.
And it's kind of, yeah, all right, fine. I know I did that. I don't need anyone else. I don't need to have it up there. You know, there's some people have to put this stuff everywhere. I just don't.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of, I've done that. Been there, got that.
The one thing I do remember about being a panel beater was when I was an apprentice, my initiation.
Which was? Did you get sent for sky hooks?
No. My place was different. They stripped me naked, then they put me into suspenders and a bra, cut the bottom out of the bin, got me in the bin, put my hands through the handles and taped them up, put me in the back of the van and pushed me out of it in Epsom High Street.
Yeah, that I'm not sure that's panel beating you were an apprentice for. I think it might have been an apprenticeship for the Tory party or something. But yeah. Let's see how he deals with that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I was just listening to that.
Go on.
And I had a friend. Oh, hang on a minute. I've got double bloody thing going on. So I had a friend at work at a previous job.
Yes,
who was
started early, didn't it?
He wasn't a panel beater, but it was a mechanical engineering kind of thing.
Yeah.
And he started there as an apprentice, and on his first week, they carried out a series of initiations.
Yeah.
Where they gaffer taped him naked to a fence out the back, poured all manner of horrible, smelly, corrosive things over his genitals, and then stuck it.
Probably a big barrel of Swarthega.
Yeah, also, I mean, and they actually took pictures and he got hold of the picture. He got hold of the pictures, mate. It fucking destroyed him mentally for the rest of his life. He said that was the point at where I started to be fearful of people, of going out, of trusting any. It really fucked him up.
Yeah.
But that's what happened back then.
Oh, it can do.
When I started working at the co-op. It wasn't as bad as that. It was mostly, locking somebody in the freezer for half an hour without any fucking protective clothing. You just got a bit cold, But it was silly little things.
Yeah.
But yeah,
my dad always told me that when he started in the Met Police, which was sort of 1948 or something, his first nick was St Anne's Road in Tottenham, I think it was, and in his first week or first day, he got given a locker, somewhere to put his stuff or whatever it was, and when he went there the next day, his truncheon was very sticky. His helmet had been swapped. His helmet had been swapped for one that was slightly smaller.
There's so many double entendres going on here.
Yeah, yeah. But it had been swapped for something smaller. And, there was a whole bunch of stuff they did. And they did it. The office, the police there did it to see how he acted, whether or not, they did it to everyone, whether or not he would grass them up, go and complain about stuff, or whether or not he'd just take it on the chin and get on with it.
Oh, right,
and of course, and he got on with it. But it did for a lot of people. You found out my helmet was, and those people would be sort of sidelined and not talked to again, and eventually wouldn't. But it was I think my brother worked as a mechanic, and he went through similar stuff, and it did for him for a little bit. It did do for him for a little bit. I think
sticky truncheon and small helmets. Wow.
Yeah, sticky truncheon. He did a sticky truncheon and a small helmet. Now you know where I get it from. But,
what sticky truncheon?
Yeah, some people, it really did them up. It
fucks them up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because we had a kid. I've been there about 3 years, and the next batch of apprentices were coming in, and we had this lad. He was all a bit sort of like way and all this sort of thing, but they decided what they would do: tie his hands and feet together with tape, hang him upside down from the engine hoist, and they were just going to jet wash him. Right? This kid got it into his head that we were all going to kill him.
Oh God!
And he ran out of the place. He escaped. He ran out of the place screaming at the top of his voice. We never saw him again. He never came back the next day.
One of the worst I've heard of was from a pal of mine who was an undertaker, and he said in his early days they used to get apprentices, people coming in learning the trade. They get them to go in where they had a fresh client, as it were, laid out. And they'd drain the blood out of the body into a bottle and then take a big sip of it and then give it to the apprentice, who would, invariably either throw up or not do it. Of course, they didn't drain it. I think my understanding is the blood's already gone by that point, or if not, most of it has. They made the whole thing up. They had tomato juice in this bottle, right? But they wanted to see how this bloke would react. And he said he won't believe how many people just oinked it out of there.
Yeah.
I think that's brilliant.
We used to have similar sort of things on when I was in the Scouts. I remember when I was in the Cub Scouts, there was this kind of like, if this was your first camp, so we'd go away to a place called Trimmingham on the North Norfolk coast, and they had a big facility there for Scouts, and you'd get thrown in.
Trimmingham is another big entendre, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, and they'd throw you into like the water trough, where that you go and do your ablutions in the morning or wash your kit and stuff. Yeah. So they'd fill it with icy water and then just throw you in that. When I was in the Sea Scouts, we went on camp once, and there was like 6 or 8 boys to a tent. And again, if it was your first camp, you had to play the whistle test. And the whistle test was where two lads would sit on your shoulders so you can't move your arms and you can't get up. And then another two lads would grab a leg each and just slowly move it apart and apart and apart. And you had to see how long you could stay, and you'd whistle when you were done. And of course, you got ribbed if you got like that far. But if you were able to go pretty damn wide, you were one of the lads. So weird things. Yeah.
Weirdly, based on how far you can spread your legs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, you went.
Get ready for a bombing.
You went to
Ready for a bombing.
Were you trained how to tie a sheep shank?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I was Sea Scout, so we got all the knots.
And do you know how to make a cheese?
A cheese?
Yeah, can you remember a cheese?
No, mate, this is
Do
very,
you mean
very long
the
ago.
circular?
I mean, I can grow it on my knob, but...
Coil it around.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was in Sea Scouts.
Yeah, first Blowfield and Brundle Sea Scouts. We owned, we don't own it anymore, but the Scout group owned MTB 102, which was used in the Dunkirk landing, things, and used to go over there. And Churchill and Eisenhower had apparently been on board at one point.
Wow.
And we managed to rescue it and do it up. And then it was used in it was either Where Eagles Dare or The Eagle Has Landed, one of those war films. It was used in one of those. But, yeah.
Yeah.
Good old days.
And
When I was 13, I used to go. A friend of mine took me to the British Sub Aqua Club, which was in Wood Green, to learn how to do, scuba diving essentially in a pool. And we did all the tests and everything there. And then every year, the first camp, as it were, was down to Durdle Door in Dorset, and then we'd camp.
Door in Dorset.
Yeah, Durdle Door in Dorset. And we'd camp and go down and do whatever, do the dive and whatever. But there was a thing that had started in this thing whereby young first timers, we'd eat a diet of beans and sausages and all the stuff that's really bad. And then at night we'd sit there with our legs apart, farting and lighting matches, farting, trying to set fire to our farts. As you did. It was a good thing.
Standard.
There was this one guy. Now the thing is, I was 13. I was really late to puberty, so I had no hair down there at all. And I was, there we go. And so were most of my fellows, as it were. But there was this one guy who was very well developed, shall we say. He was 13 and he looked like a Turkish wrestler. He was, and he did it, and he took his undies off. No one else took their undies off. He took his undies off, parted his legs, fart, and set fire to his cock. His bush. He got really bad burns. We had to take him into the hospital to get him sorted out, and his parents went fucking ape that he got 2nd-degree burns or something from setting. Well, he did it. It was things you do when you're.
God, yeah.
I remember doing it once, and I mean, I did it a lot of times, as you do. As you do.
It's
but
hilarious.
I did it once and got a bit of blowback and got a very burnt ring. But that was, yeah. It was one of those ones. It was a big one, but it lingered a little bit too long. And I was just like, for 2 or 3 days, I was just like, oh, can't sit down. This is a bit sore. Oh dear.
Hello, no.
Yeah.
Dear.
All good.
What's the
All
matter,
good.
Lily?
Oh dear. So tonight I'm just gonna sit back and let you get on. There's so much.
Well, no.
And it's gonna be the you and Pete show. Really, it's gonna be really funny.
No, we'll talk about the stuff that we saw and the stuff that we enjoyed. Oh, sorry, I'm doing all the web pages at the moment. But yeah, no, you guys, I want you to chip in. Fuck's sake.
No.
Earn your keep.
No, you can fuck off. We're just going to sit back and go on then. Tell us.
I really, the one that I keep sort of coming back to in my head is the Melancholytron, which I just think is such a brilliant little thing.
Frack noise, Melancholytron.
Yeah, the Melancholytron. It's just this. Bo was telling me about it, and I was like, "You're fucking winding me up, mate." This, what melancholy? What? And he said, "No, seriously, go and see these guys. They're fascinating people with this weird concept that bizarrely makes sense, and it's all a bit, sort of flowery about this whole, the different types of melancholy." I never really thought. Oh, hang on a minute. What do you want? Yeah.
This department should have been free. I've text. I tell like 3 different people there. It's that family in the family. Because I got one person in my seats with both glasses. 2 for 1.
Where's that coming from?
I don't actually know. You.
I'm going to get you a copyright strike. Bloody playing Queen there.
Oh, we live. Sorry.
2 free prescription, free.
I can come back.
No, I don't know.
I've got to go again next week to actually get the glasses.
So exempt service. Oh no, exempt
this
service.
Is what I'm thinking. There's no -25 for the private test.
Yeah.
So it should be. Is that the part that should have been free?
Your test should be free because your dad's got to go.
I paid an extra tenner for the one at the top, the OCT test.
When you go and you got to go and collect those.
Friday.
So ask them about it. Yeah.
Cool. What's up?
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, my son just went to the optician for an eye test. And I said, "Tell him your dad's got glaucoma. You get a free test."
Oh.
And he did, and they didn't. They gave him a test, but they charged him for it. Yeah, so
it's always heartbreaking when their voice breaks, isn't it?
I know, right?
Yes, it is.
It's the end of childhood.
Yeah.
Yes.
Especially when you've got a deeper voice than you have.
I know, right? He's taller as well.
There you go.
And thinner. Yeah. So yeah, this Melancholytron is just so. And the way he sold it, he said, "I've written a book, and the book costs £550, but the synthesizer comes free."
Yeah.
I'm just looking at there's a performance, isn't there? Lecture and performance.
Yeah, he did a lecture at the show.
I'll tell you what, I wouldn't mind a free copy of, even a free copy of the beta of Zebra 3.
Mm.
I like
Have a word with Howie.
Yeah, so speak to Howie.
Yeah.
Howie's pretty good with that kind of stuff. We've been chatting about some other things. I'll ask him. It'd be just to do beta because it's freaking brilliant.
But I might just buy one of those Melancholytrons. Yeah, he's basically found 10 25 key controllers, and then he rips them apart and builds them into this case, and then just puts everything back in.
Yeah.
So, and it looks like each case is different.
They're wooden, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, no. Some of them are. I think some are more wooden than others. But the one he got that he was playing, that I was playing with, is kind of, it had big kind of carved wooden end cheeks, and then I think it was a metal chassis.
Yeah.
I can't post this here because I'm not an admin for your pub, Kent. So this is. Will this go in? Yeah, it's in the private chat. That's the link to the Melancholytron site. And
I've got it here. Yeah,
it's a good thing. It looks. I'll have a look at the. And this is the YouTubey thing. I'll just pop it in there as well, so you've got it. Boom.
There you go.
I pop it in the proper chat, but we're going to be seeing this. It's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's electronic, obviously, solid state.
Oh yeah. Basically, what he's done is he's collected a whole bunch of samples from his sort of private collection of instruments.
Yeah.
Many of which are Casio tone home keyboards, and he took kind of great pride in saying, "Yeah, I got these." And you wouldn't think that they were Casio keyboards because he's processed them. He's taken the samples, he's processed them, in line with the different types of melancholy that you get. And yeah, so yeah, he was saying, yeah, this one is anguish, and this one is anxiety, and this one is longing, and it was just great. And
This
mean-
one is follow through on a camp at Sea Scouts.
bit of blowback, yeah. No, he. I mean, obviously, the way that people interpret sound and emotion is probably going to be slightly different. But it was just the concept that was really sweet. You know, it was just very, very nice. And the guy was great, and he just said, he said, here's my card. He said, if you'd like to go on the mailing list, there's my computer. And you just literally sat down in his computer, and you got a little spreadsheet open, and you just type your name in and put your email address, and lo and behold, I've got the stuff on the mailing list. It's yeah. So, and I said, would you come on the show and tell us all about it? And he was more than happy to. So we're going to get him on.
If you think about it, most music that is done by most of the people that we know is somewhat melancholic. You know, it's not necessarily and so this is the perfect product. It just I like the idea of this. I've not heard it yet. I'll have a listen, but yeah, I like the idea of it. Hello.
Yeah.
Just you turn the camera off doesn't mean we can't hear you knocking one
I
out.
haven't turned it off. It's because I've on.
He's gone to another screen.
I notice you're
Did
not
you see
saying
what's
you're
come
not
back,
knocking
Andy?
one out. Oh, it's back!
see what's-
Brilliant!
Came back today.
Oh, have you turned it on and played it and gone? "Woo!"
Oh yeah. It's all warmed up, recalibrated. So
Latest
yeah,
OS, latest everything.
well, it had all of that. In fact, they suggested that I did a backup in case they had to. All they did was replace the key. So when I powered it on, it was already on one of Scott McCauley's patches. So I hadn't touched it, but yeah.
These are very. Go on.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, I was just saying when it came back, the replaced key still had the protective film on it, so I had to peel that off. There's one key.
Really?
Yeah.
So it was
But
literally just one key that they replaced. They didn't have to replace a chunk.
No, they have to replace the key, but then they have to recalibrate the whole keyboard. And apparently, you can only do that at the Arturia Service Centre.
Wow.
Which is why I've asked them, have they got plans to make that available elsewhere? And if so, I know a man who would like to do that.
Yeah, I know a man that might like to. Yeah.
Him.
Yeah, that. Do you mind getting your PB12 back with new keys and dog fur?
Yeah.
Slobber.
The guess that somebody would come to the door, would you?
No. I thought Fiona might have come back.
Where is she?
She's gone to get some carb cleaner.
She's gone to Halfords. I think she manufactured it while she was there. It's been gone ages. Stay there, you. Stay where you are. Oh, love.
I'm into 3. Oh!
Well done.
Right in the ghoulies, you little cat.
Belly got-
How's she got ghoulies?
Yeah.
As I say,
Yes, love.
Can I also just say at this juncture, whilst we're Moog have finally redesigned their website so that it moves vertically and not left to right.
I think I'm going to go and have a look right now because that was really annoying. I mean, it was kind of interesting but annoying.
Nelly.
Very annoying.
Moog.
everyone's trying to stop.
Did I tell you I said Moog right in front of Michelle?
Who gave you the look?
I was serious. It was one of those moments where you wish the ground would just open up and swallow you.
Yeah. I'm just looking. That's much better now. Much better experience.
Unbelievable.
What's that?
She's been to 3 Halfords. None of them have carb cleaner.
Well,
They're sold out.
how many cars have a carburetor nowadays?
Well, apparently,
Not many.
The guy in one of the shops said, he goes, Oh yeah, it always sells out this because everybody's getting their vintage cars out.
Ah.
No, that's what I said.
Oh yeah, I know, but it makes sense. That's why there's no bloody card cleaner anywhere.
Yeah.
Can't you get it online, Kent?
I can pick it up tomorrow morning.
She's going to get some tomorrow morning.
Shit in the carburetor.
But I had to try.
Hi, Fiona.
First. Hiya.
Hiya, honey.
Showing a
How
bit
are
of shoulder,
you?
love.
I mean, I could have ordered it.
Steady on, don't knock him out with those.
Yeah.
He might recover from the first one, but the second one will have him finished.
Be like a scene from a Jason Statham film.
Oh dear.
Hey, that you slag.
You slag.
You slag.
You slag.
You slag.
Did you eat this cake or what?
No, I don't think so.
Cake.
Yeah.
My stepson sent me cake today. It's my birthday on Monday, so he sent me a cake. He sent me 6 little cake things.
Wow.
They're not going to make it to Monday, are they?
There'll be some cake.
Yeah. Want some cake?
Yeah. Fiona, if you truly loved me, you'd send me cake.
There you go.
So I won't expect any.
Lily.
Good thinking, big boy.
Come here. Oh, yeah, you got the speed on. Want a bit of cake? Yeah. Just careful.
What the fuck?
Lily.
There you go.
It sounds like the set of the Three Stooges, doesn't it?
Oh.
What, bang,
Boing.
bang.
Ding, crash, bang, wallop.
What a picture,
What a feature.
what a photograph of London.
See if we can get the elusive Lily on camera. Want a bit?
Elusive Lily.
Up.
Elusive Lily, you
Get
want
up.
Elusive Lily on the camera?
There she goes.
No, not the big bit, the little
Oh, there you go, there's Elusive Lily.
bit. Bye.
Careful, you lose your fingers.
Elusive Lily.
Oh, we don't want to see the pencil sharpener, for
not
fuck's
the
sake.
minge. Not Lily's minge. No. Not the hairy
Was it a
starfish.
bullet wound in the gorilla's back? There you go. Bit from you. There you go, Nosey.
Where do you come up with this shit?
It was Matt come up with that.
That was Matt come up with that one, yeah.
Matt.
He's
Oh,
terrible.
Sorry, mate. Here you go. I forgot.
Bullet wound in a
Yeah.
gorilla's
Well, he
back.
was nowhere around, so I didn't think of him. Right, let's go rid of the cake, dear. I
suppose
call it
I better
cake.
go and look
House
at some of
brick
this
is probably
stuff.
more accurate. So I can't do any more to the.
I'm just in the process of getting all the links ready, so if you wait a few minutes, I will.
I'm going to go and look at the Melancholytron, and I've got a form, a memorandum of understanding I have to send back to someone, so I'm going to do that.
No, I've got a better
Just say you
idea.
don't understand
Start
it.
the show now, right?
Exactly.
Get everybody off.
We could, couldn't we?
Yeah.
We could do the show here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do it right now. Right here. Right now.
Right here. Right now.
Right now. So she's got brake and clutch cleaner. Okay. Petrol injector cleaner. Unclogs dirty injectors. I don't know why, because I haven't got any. But hey, there we go.
Oh, you are.
And a huge
So the
bottle of myrrh.
What's the carb cleaner? Because whenever I've had to clean up carbs, aside from using pins and things to clean jets or whatever else, I've just used Solvol Autosol.
Well, I also want to check and see if we spray carb cleaner in it and turn it over, and it fires up, then I know that petrol's getting to the carburettor, but not getting through the carburettor and into
Right.
the inlet manifold.
So I take it the engine's not going. It's going.
It hasn't even tried to pop or splatter or bang or anything.
Okay.
Nothing.
Check the fuel filter.
Yeah.
Hang on a minute.
Check the fuel filter. Check to see if the fuel was getting to the carb. Took the pipe off. She turned it over quickly. Fountain of petrol everywhere.
Ken,
So
I've just noticed, mate, that you're outside. There's sky behind you. What the fuck's going on? The world's gone mad.
okay. Hello, buddy. Yeah, I know.
Right.
At least it's blue sky, as opposed to it looked like this down where Matt was, and here it was like 14 degrees, total cloud, cold, Horrible.
What, this morning?
No, yesterday. All day yesterday.
Oh, right. It was a
But
bit.
where he
it was a bit.
it was 24 and clear skies and not a cloud to be seen all day long.
Yeah, it was pretty. It was cold to start, but then it was. While we're talking weather, for fuck's sakes, I can't believe I'm talking about weather.
Yeah, I know.
It's beautiful out there now, but we need some rain at some point. We really do. Right. Thomas Yon. Thomas Yon. Epic fart stories. That's the windbags we are. Ooh, look at that. Right, I'm going to get rid of that for the moment.
So I spent pretty much most of the day out here and she absolutely settled.
Well, I need to go and do some admin. I mean, I could. Let me just have a look. So can I do this now? Yeah, I probably can.
I think the amount of times that I spent I spent turning it over today might be an idea to put it back on a triple charge as well. Oh, you bastard. Yeah, that's gone the way of the dodo. Oh. Oh yeah.
My, that's a big tool you've got in your hand there, Kent.
Why, thank you, sir. I got has it got a funny thing? I may have to be taking a carburettor off tomorrow this week.
Yeah. What the fuck's going on here? Oh, right, okay.
The carburettor on this is bigger than Fiona's engine in her smart car.
Yeah.
It's got to be this big.
Yeah. No, I
It's
don't
enormous.
doubt it. I don't doubt it.
Yes, a big old girl. I think that's everything put away for now. Until next time. Right, immobiliser on. Cool. Close to bonnet. Boom. Here we go. Been such a long time since I've probably worked on a car. All the tools and paraphernalia that would normally be to hand is all over the place. I can't find a bloody thing.
Right, all the links are in there.
Well done.
I might hit up old Howard, and because I love his patches. I nearly use all of his patches exclusively.
Did anyone come to pick up that package?
I had my finger over the camera. Sorry?
Did anyone come to pick up?
Yeah, you were here. Remember, you said they'd come. That'll be them at the door.
No, that was the other package. I mean, the one that I don't want picked up.
That one.
Yeah.
No, nobody's been.
So
I see what you're saying now. No, nobody's
So
been.
my cancellation has possibly worked.
It would appear so, because nobody's shown up.
Yeah. So tomorrow we'll get the. You sit there.
No.
Fuck off. I want to sit there. Go elsewhere.
Yes, dear. Yes, dear. 3 bags full, dear. Go fuck yourself with a rusty spoon, dear.
What was that, love?
Nothing, dear.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, dear.
Oh, it does my head in, that one. Right. Okay.
I think we'll have to change the name of this from Workshop Pub to Home with the Spongs.
Yeah. Well, it worked for Ozzy.
Yeah, it certainly did.
Don't you start calling me Sharon.
Sharon? You don't
Actually, I
look...
wouldn't be Aussie.
You don't look
Sharon!
like...
You'd be Sharon.
Sharon!
Hello.
Oh. Right. That's that. That's that.
Have you decided what you're going to do with this stupid kit washer thing? And does this work?
That works.
I can't get it to work. You make it
Robbie's
work.
got one of them. Do you want another one, Rob?
What's that?
One of those water drink things.
Oh, what, a little boiling thing? Nah,
yeah.
they've got...
For the cat.
For the billy kitten.
Oh, we've already got one for the cat. They don't drink that much water.
Yeah, unfortunately, with a Lily, it's
She tried to eat
liability.
She ate the other one.
That's why we ended up with a metal can washing thing with a brick in it.
Yeah.
So she couldn't move it.
Yeah, because when it gets light enough for her to pick up, she takes it into the garden, just tips all the water all over the floor.
So I'm going to... What am I going to do with this? You can't give that to charity because it's electrical. They don't take electrical. And I don't think this works.
Fill it up with mess. I don't know.
Well, I will put it in your workshop until you decide what you want to do with it.
Oh, you bitch. Here, while you're out there, bring in the dog biscuit bowl, will you?
Exactly what I was going to do.
Yeah, I'll fill it up with biscuits for the doggos.
I think it's had enough time in the
I
sun
didn't
to
think it
dry
needed washing,
properly.
to be honest.
Yeah, you've got to wash because the fat that's around the biscuits can go rancid. And there's always little bits left at the bottom that after a while can go rancid and start affecting the rest. So every so often, although you think I do fuck all, every so often I do things. What's that?
No. What? Well, I didn't say a word. I say nothing at all.
Yeah. That's what you're looking.
You saw it. You all saw it.
We did. Come and see the violence inherited system.
Yeah. Oh, what a bloody giveaway.
I'm being depressed.
Just because I'm aquatic tart frozen.
Some watery bin.
Installed at you. It's no basis for a system of government. We'll have to watch that again, darling.
Liberation Front.
Different film.
Oh,
Getting
sorry, damn.
Got in a... Oh,
God's sake, woman.
it's heresy.
Get your
Sorry.
Monty Pythons right.
There am I thinking of bats' noses and badgers' asses.
Next to be saying, my hovercraft is full of eels.
Drop your panties, Sir William. I cannot wait till lunchtime.
You come upstairs with me, hey? Go bouncy, bouncy.
Yeah. Exculpate me for to toss the hairs.
That's bad enough.
My dad used to think that was hilarious. He loved Monty Python.
He was right.
And he used to stand at the bottom of the stairs looking around the corner watching it. We're young, because it used, what, 10, 11 o'clock at night?
Yeah.
Something like that, wasn't it? But so many people really, really disliked it hugely at the time. Sort of vulgar and foul and blah blah, or just mad.
My mum just didn't understand it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Some people just didn't understand it. Whereas my dad, roaring with laughter, and
Yeah, Dad liked it.
especially with Trouble at Mill.
Trouble at Mill.
What?
Yeah.
There's trouble at the mill.
It's just weird and wonderful.
What was it? There's something's come off the treadle. What's that mean? Well, I don't know. Didn't expect the Spanish Inquisition.
Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
Yeah. Our weapons are, what was it? Surprise. And a brutal, was it?
An unyielding blah, blah, blah. Yeah, there was a whole bunch
something
of
goes
stuff.
to the Spanish thing. He goes no. Two.
Two things.
We're coming
Key
again. We're coming
weapons
again.
are blah, 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 blah.
Chief
three.
weapons,
Three.
that's it. Yeah, three things. Chief weapons are.
Yeah.
Brilliant. And there was that one with they had that milkman. One of the sketches where there's absolutely no dialogue in it at all. The milkman goes to the door and the woman's saying the nighty. Remember that one?
Oh yeah,
And
no.
Beckon-
That was
Beckon seemed to come upstairs. And then
that was the Marty Feldman show. That was Marty Feldman.
You sure?
Yeah. Well,
I
I'm
think
sure. Yeah.
that seems to ring a bell actually.
Because it was Eric Idle was the milkman in it.
I mean, they did used to swap things around.
They did.
Like
No,
Four Yorkshiremen was it the 1948 show, wasn't it?
It was,
with,
yes.
With
Oh,
Marty
no,
Feldman,
you're right.
John
Yeah,
Cleese,
yes, you're right.
Tim Brooke Taylor, and
Yeah, you're right.
Graham
Ronnie
Chapman.
Barker?
No,
Was it Ronnie Barker or
no, the
David
Four
Fox?
Yorkshiremen, the original Four Yorkshiremen were Tim Brooke Taylor, John Cleese, Graham Chapman, and Marty Feldman. That was the first one.
Yeah.
And then Python went and did it
Yes,
themselves.
you're right. Yeah, you are right. Yeah.
But it's,
Went and nicked it.
Used to live in Hole in Ground.
Hole in Ground.
Yeah.
Luxury.
Used to have to get up 3 hours before I'd gone to bed, lick road clean.
Get murdered by my dad.
Yeah.
Stamp on my grave singing the Hallelujah chorus.
Yeah. Eat a bowl of cold gravel. And then work.
Cold poison.
Was it? Work down. Pit,
Look what's just dropped.
40 hours. And when I come home, you're lucky if your dad didn't murder you.
Luxury.
Bloody luxury.
Astrolab 1.4 has just dropped.
Has it?
Oh, yeah.
Adding full support for Pigment 6, Mini Freak 3.
Can smell it from here.
Yeah.
I
And
bet
quicker
you
load
can.
times, so I'm told.
I was
Right.
toying with
Let's
putting the firmware on the Hydrosync last night, and then I went, let's just have a quick sniff around. And there was a lot of people going on about it, their synth bricking. There he is.
Talking of shitting bricks.
Britting shakes.
Oh, smile, you miserable cunt.
I think that plant's trying to get you. Oh, look, it comes on here. Go, look at me.
He's eating a marathon.
Oh, it is. It's Snickers.
They can't hear him, which is probably a good thing.
It's probably
You're
a
muted,
great
mate. Fucking call yourself an audio
Go
expert.
do it.
There we go.
Oh, fuck, it's him. I was busy filling out forms and then Ty comes up. Oh, hi, Ty.
Oh, hi.
Are you my Ty? Oh, do you
No.
see what I did there?
No,
Do you
no.
see what I did there?
Super
But no
Ty.
one's ever done that before, ever.
I like them, Mai Tai.
It's
Do you remember?
Nice, of course, fucking my time. They were shit.
They were Dutch, weren't they?
They were.
History.
Yeah, as I said,
No,
shit.
you were saying
It's an ice cream Snickers.
And get you posh wanker.
Yep, that's me. Often been said.
I tell you what, I didn't have at Super Booth
So
this
we
year was
use
my.
olive oil.
They sell the big giant Oreo ice cream sandwiches.
Oh wow, okay.
Oh, I love them.
I've never been a fan of Oreo. Bourbons.
Yeah, Bourbons. Yeah.
Prefer bourbons. I'm with you.
I used to live when I was very, very poor. I used to live on Bourbons and UHT milk. I used to have it for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Bloody
It's all-
luxury.
So bloody luxury.
Yeah.
Seriously, it's all I could
And this-
afford.
And this is the point where you're meant to point to your torso and going, "It never did me any harm."
Right.
But this is the point where we're looking at you going, "Do you know what? You look like you lived on Bourbons and UHT."
Yeah, I do. I do. I do.
Oh dear.
How are you all?
Yeah, not half bad.
Better than nothing.
I'm the prettiest, obviously.
Goes without saying.
I mean, what's going on there?
Yeah, I'd noticed that. So how's things with you
So-
as well, Mr.
Yeah,
Unwin?
okay, thank you. Yeah.
How's the studio go? Studio
It's-
wiring.
it's
Studio
get-
3, 4,
it's-
5,
That's it.
6.
Spoil his day.
Spoil it, why don't you, fucker? It's. Do you know what? I kind of almost coming to the end of it. Not in terms of actually doing it, in terms of the planning of it, because I think I've finally sussed how I can not make it work, but enough of a compromise that I'm not going to be that fucked off. So
I actually can't put together studios without some enormous amount of planning and diagrams and whatever. I have to know where everything's going. And I have to understand, well, have I allowed enough? How many outputs and inputs has this thing got, whatever it is? And for all the different cabling. And it's do I really need all that? Yes, I do. More patch bays, more stuff, more shit.
Volume, you noisy fucker.
I don't think we need you to say. I think we can hear you from here without the headphones.
Fuck,
can't
could
hear
you
that.
hear it? Could you fucking hear it? Yes.
I think it was breaking.
Oh, that was because of the. What the fuck's happened there then?
It was fucking distortion central.
Yeah, because I've got.
Your thingy's on because of the fan.
Yeah.
Your thing is on. Easy.
Still loud. Still loud. Still loud. Still really loud.
But why? Oh, it's because I've got that.
You talking about his T-shirt or the volume of the which?
That's better.
So I just moved that back up there this morning, and I wasn't sure if I got it connected again.
That's the Astrolab, yes.
That's the Astrolab.
I like the Astrolab.
Yeah, I tell you, if you really want to like something, honestly, if you haven't got a fucking Korg multi-poly,
They're good, aren't they?
it is. Honestly, it is fucking brilliant.
Yeah.
And I'm not being. If I wasn't such a twat, and I just have the whatever the genie's in my body that just keeps making me buy shit, that thing could replace so many bits of gear.
Yeah.
It really good. It honestly, I just.
So have you got it with the keyboard or just
yeah,
as
I got it with the keyboard. But as I always say, with that the way I view all of those ones is I don't view them as proper keyboards. I view them as essentially with a module that just happens to handily have a keyboard attached to it too. Because I mean, the keyboard actually is not as bad as the, all the wave state and the mod wave, and it's a better keyboard. The build quality is a bit better. Everything is a bit better about it. But the main thing is the possibilities and the sounds that you can get from it are exactly as Robbie said. That's fucking brilliant. Really,
700 quid.
really,
777.
honestly, Really, really great.
I just don't have the space, so I've got the native version, which
Yeah.
is just as good, and it
It is,
really is.
but the control stuff just really
Yeah.
it does make a difference. Even if you can just get the rack mount, honestly, it's absolutely brilliant, really brilliant.
I'm about to have a complete rebuild in here because I'm clearing out the studios and I'm getting rid of a load of stuff, and I'm putting some rack things in here, and I'm replacing this desk that I've got with a proper stand and monitor and all that kind of stuff. And I'm just thinking, because if I can move this underneath here, then I've got room here and here to build up and get rid of some of this shit that's there at the moment.
I can honestly say, right at this moment, for that kind of money, and I know the Messenger's coming out, but it's a different kind of synth. But do you know, as I was playing it, this is absolutely true. I was thinking it's basically the same kind of price as a Messenger. If I had to choose one, there was literally no competition. There would be no competition, not for a split second. It is because the mono sounds on it. You know, I defy anyone to turn around and go, "Yeah, that's not real subtractive synthesis."
So
Bollocks.
here's a
It
question.
sounds
Here's a
amazing.
question for you. Here's a question for you. So you've got a Mini Moog, haven't you?
Yeah.
Right. Choice between a Mini Moog Model D, the one you've got,
Yeah.
and multi-poly, which would it be?
Okay.
That's kind of where I am. That's where I am.
Am I taking my the entire history of synthesis out of my head and what I should be saying?
No, you're not.
Am I
That's the point. No, that's the point. You see, I'm faced with. I really, really, really now want a Model D back in my life.
Okay. If you just
But- hang on.
Go on.
I want a Model D back in my life, but I'm looking at the Messenger going, you know what, that will get me most. But I know I'd always feel like I hadn't got the real thing.
Yeah,
And
well,
if
you're
I'm
going
not
to
going to get the real thing,
anyway.
and if I'm not going to get the real thing, then do I go for something like the multi-poly instead? And I've been sort of mulling this over because I'm going to get one more keyboard really soon. And I've been mulling this over for a while. And
Do you know what? The only reason they're different, they're different things because you've essentially got, to all intents and purposes, kind of the multi-poly is it's a polysynth. That's what it's. It may look like a little monosynth, but it's just a fucking versatile polysynth that just happens to have a small keyboard. And a Mini Moog is always going to be a Mini Moog. But all I'm going to say is, if whatever you buy, all you really want to use it for is bass lines and lead lines, then anyone would just turn around and go, well, get the Mini Moog. If you want to do anything other than just bass lines and lead lines, the multi-poly just is everything you could possibly want in one box.
what about the Muse?
Oh, the Muse, yeah, you're talking to the wrong person about the Muse because I'm not. The Muse does nothing for me. It's limited in its in what it does. Yeah, the Muse is just. There is a reason why I have everything and I don't have one of those. It's neither here nor there for me. Muse does nothing for me.
But you've got a Moog 1, haven't you? Moog 1.
Yeah.
And that's kind of why, isn't it? Because you don't need a Muse if you've got
But
a Moog
it's
1.
also, you look at what you can do with the Muse. Again, I mean, I've made it very clear my views on something like the Polybrute 12 and whatever. But the reality of it is that the Polybrute 12 can do loads. Can go into loads of interesting, really great areas, whereas the Muse is just going to sound like a Muse, and it's just I'm not saying it's a limited polysynth, but it's not the most versatile polysynth.
It's a bread and butter.
It's a very bread and butter. If what you want is bass sounds and lead sounds, get a Mini Moog. If what you want is bread and butter polysynth sounds from the last however many years, get a Muse. If you want to do anything else,
That's not my reasoning for it at all. The Model D is just it's where one of the things I started with, and it is that whole history. It's an instrument. It is an instrument which I completely get and have a real affinity for, and I love and adore, and I can see what everything is, and I find it deeply inspiring every time I play with one, every single time. And I know I do with these kind, with all sorts of other stuff as well. But the Mini Moog is a heart purchase rather than a head purchase.
Completely. And that if every time you switch it, you go into the studio, you're going to think, oh, I wish I got. Then get the Mini Moog. I'll be honest with you. I find I'm not saying I'm not going to be fucking controversial and say the Mini Moog's overrated. I'm not saying it's overrated, but it does a couple of things incredibly well. But it just does a couple of things. People that lose their shit and this is like the best synth ever made and blah blah blah. It's bollocks. It does a couple of things very well, and that's what it does. I could quite happily right at this moment not have a Mini Moog in my life, and I wouldn't miss it. That's the bottom line. I wouldn't miss it. It's fine. It does what it does. Yeah, which is why you should get one.
And the latest release ones with Velocity and Aftertouch and all that kind of stuff, and an LFO built in. I want one of the really early ones, or I want one of those, but I can afford neither at the moment. So I'm just kind of.
Well, that's kind of a fairly deciding factor in these situations, if I'm honest. Yeah.
Well,
can I afford it?
Except, do I want the Moog Messenger, and will I just feel like I bought it because I wanted a Model D, and I'll feel a bit sort of about it.
Yeah, I'm going to be really
consider that the Messenger is a tenth of the price of a Model D. Essentially, give or take.
It won't be the 10th. It won't be the 10th of a sound.
No,
I'll tell you that for a fact.
It's very good.
Yeah.
I mean, I played with the Messenger and then moved across the room to the Geddy Lee Mini Moog D that they've got there, and they weren't that far apart. I mean, obviously visually, the Model D is this thing. It's a lovely, lovely thing, and the Messenger is much more modern and compact. But sonically, they are not distantly related. They're quite close, and the Messenger can do. You don't lose that third VCO, and it's got the arpeggiator. It's got all the nicety little things in there. It's still got that sound, and you save some
flopping again. I'm flipping and flopping again.
I know, but do you remember what I said? I said ages ago about I'm buying stuff for what they do rather than what they are, and that's and if you're going to buy it for what it if you're going to buy it for what it does, you should buy the Messenger.
Yeah.
Or I'm going to say, you should buy a fucking multi-poly. If you're going to buy it for what it is, you should buy the Mini Moog. That's the bottom line. But
it occurs to me, I have got my secret weapon, which is the DS Tech OS1, the original Sin 1. Which does everything that the Mini Moog can do, everything, and does it with so much more weight. It's just enormously powerful, and no one else has one really, or very few people have one. So I might just have that in a rack, midded up, ready to go, because that gives me that sound. It's the only thing that's come close. In fact, it's not come close. It's kind of gone beyond it. Almost Taurus-like bass sounds from it. It's just astonishing. So, yeah, I'm just thinking this through. How much of this is just avariciousness, and how much is... I mean, here's the thing. I do really, really like the multi-poly, and I've just been, shall I, for lonks. And the Messenger came out and went, oh, that's nice. But it was because I wanted a Mini Moog. Yeah. And the truth is, I've got that sound with, and better actually. Mm-hmm. Yeah, with the original scene. In fact, a lot.
I'm not dissing the Mini Moog at all. It's just, and for me, it is more of a case of what it is rather than what it does. There's very few things that the Mini Moog does that a lot of other stuff doesn't do almost as well or as well.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, there's more layers to
Mr.
that.
Spong? What do you think, Mr. Spong?
Well, there's more layers to it than that. Because if you're going to spend money,
which Mini Moog? Yeah.
If you're going to spend the money,
completely. Yeah.
Then try to get an RA.
But then the 2022 version with Aftertouch and Velocity,
still not an RA.
and a built-in LFO as well.
Yeah.
That suddenly becomes, it's really close, really, really close, and it has that extra functionality. And it's kind of, have I got too used to all of that sort of that functionality, that additional functionality, and I think
I
from
could
a
assure
performance,
you, that if
Yeah.
you were fortunate enough to go into a shop or something like that, and they've got, the 2022 Mini there with all its extra features and all the rest of it, right? And there's a 1971 RA,
yeah,
and you play one and then you play the other, you'd know what I mean.
Yeah, one of them will be in tune.
No. They're poles apart in terms of sound. Absolutely poles apart. And you'll find that the modern one sounds quite thin and weedy in comparison. It's actually,
my original,
there's a huge gap between them.
My original Sin doesn't sound thin and weedy.
Even a 1979 Mini sounds really thin compared to an RA.
Yeah.
And I mean, I've restored RAs before now. I mean, when I did Hans has one, and I did his, and he hit me up on Messenger, and he said, I've been using this for 3 days solid now. He said, and it's still perfectly in tune across all the footages from 32 to 2. How have you managed to do that? Well, just calibrate it properly. Because people were always bloody calibrating them wrong.
Yeah.
Because if you follow the instructions in that came with the original the service manual, it will be out of tune. It'll just drift around all over the place.
This reminds me of people tuning pianos in studios because they can't be asked to get a proper piano tuner in. And they think, how hard can it be? And they get a tuning key, and they'll start, and tuning the thing up, and you end up with something that's at sort of 450 or 420 hertz, and sort of vaguely in tune. It's just yeah.
Well, like I said yesterday on the workshop pub, when I was calibrating that Mini down there, that nearly every time I have to calibrate the 440 because you flick the switch and what it's giving you is not 440, and then people and people are tuning to it. The tone they're getting, which could be 437 or 435 or something like that, and then playing, you go, it's out of tune. When they play with something else.
Talking of which, by the way, my 101 and 102 need calibrating big time.
Yeah, you did say, yeah.
Yeah, they're kind of all over the place.
Drop them in.
Then we'll get them tied down. See, another thing you can do is you take the trim pots out, and throw them away, and put 10 turns in, so you can get it absolutely spot on. It increases the resolution.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah. Because the trimmers that are in a Mini, they're just a single turn. And that can cover half an octave.
Yeah.
So when you're doing your scaling between 32 and 2 foot across the keyboard, trying to get it to the place where it won't beat at 2 foot, it's almost impossible to get. But you put a 10 turn in, you can get it absolutely dead on, and it stays there. So I put 10 turns in Hanses, and it's the nuts.
And the truth is that the reason I've rediscovered the Moog, the Mini, is because of the one you did, and you set up and calibrated and was for the Moog raffle. And ever since I played it, it's the best sounding Moog Mini I've ever heard.
Yeah.
God, it was.
Once the work's done to them, they're gorgeous, and they're very reliable, hugely reliable.
Yeah. But anyway, I think I've got that covered. Now I'm thinking about it. I've got that covered with the. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's also, the other thing is, for me, it's also about when I mentor people, anything I do, whether it's for sound, music, video, whatever, I start people off on a synth that has a left to right topography that they can see, and they can start playing with sound. Once they understand sound on a synth, left to right, really simple. Once they understand that, which they will really quickly, then they understand a huge amount of what music production tools are about, compression and gating and reverb and tonality and chorusing and all that stuff. They understand so much, and the envelopes, all of those things make a really big difference when they then go on to do either music production or even video, because we use keyframing and fades and God knows what else in video production. And once you have that model in your head from seeing it on a synth and hearing it, then applying that to video is almost exactly the same. It's a really, really good way of getting people, giving people a jump start into any of these disciplines.
Yeah. But it's like this thing with, I mean, the mods that you can do to a Mini as well, without them being too invasive to the actual look of the machine. Like, when you're talking about aftertouch, instead of doing it via the keyboard, you do it via...
You're bored shitless now, aren't you, Ty?
It's not that, it's I've got to go.
Okay.
I have to disappear. I may see you on. Is it going to be a long-term one, right through till 7-ish, or...?
No, I'll have some shit to do soon myself.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got some
things
to
do. Dinner and what have you.
Oh, minor details. Okay. Well, I may not see you later, but I'll try and get back.
All right,
Be good.
Mate. Take care. God bless.
Bye.
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 Bye. Right, I'm going to fuck off as well because I need to get these things done. So I suppose I better study what the fuck we've got in the show. And there's a lot of it. Jesus.
Yeah.
There is just a mad amount in the show today. We're never going to cover it all. Then again, maybe we will.
Depends on how long we dwell on certain things.
Well, we've got 17 different things.
I suppose some of it will be sort of like, yeah, it's all right, I suppose, and move on.
Some of it, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, look, I will see you a bit later on, Kenty Poos.
All right, John.
You said, sorry, did you say that the E4XT is ready?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I need to sort you out for that, and then we need to work out whether or not it's staying with you or going to Robbie.
Well, Robbie's coming down here sometime in June, isn't he? I believe.
Yes, he is.
So.
Cool.
So either you can come down yourself.
I might try and come down, actually, just to say hello, so we're all together.
So we've got Ty, Robbie, Matt. I think there was a fourth person as well. I can't remember.
I'll jump in the car, I'll come down and ruin the whole fucking thing by being madly inappropriate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can have a barbecue in the back garden, which is a nice day.
That'll work. I'll see if I can bring Liz down. That'd be fun.
Because I think because Ty's coming down for a week.
To London?
Yeah,
to you?
He'll be here for a week. No, he says he'll book a room nearby.
Okay.
And Matt's hoping he can stay overnight as well. Do a couple of days.
Well, I'll come down for the day and I'll probably drive back the same night or something. But yeah, we'll work it out.
We'll work something
it out.
As it
cool. Cool bananas. Yeah, we'll do it all then.
Yeah. So I think that Ty is going to be the element that decides when it happens.
Okay, and I'll
because he's coming down with a transit
down.
van full of gear.
Oh shit! Here we go. Well, I might bring that down as well to get the keyboard
Okay, might
done.
as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mix it in with the rest of it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
And so that means that I want to have Steve Winwood's 80 done and gone by then.
By that time, yeah.
Which, judging by how they described its condition, it should be just me happen just to have to do the work, and that's it. Apparently, there's no fault, but I'll be the judge of that when it comes down.
Trim, calibration, polish, scrub, replace everything that's
all the
about to
CMOS
fail.
logic. All the CMOS logic will be replaced. And all the usual things. Reposition key contacts, all that sort of thing. Because there's 4 key contacts per key.
Are there?
No, there's 5 contacts per key.
I didn't realise that.
Yeah, the velocity and the note on off one, and they will have to be adjusted because when you're playing it, you're actually pushing them all further up each time, and it will have to be reset again.
Okay.
But I've got
just
special shit for that.
We were just talking about the EMU E4XT with the RFX chip that's at Kent's. That's been fixed now, the power supply. So that's got to go to you at some point. If you still want it. If you don't want it, that's fine. I've got
no.
Okay.
Happily.
He was saying that you and Ty and Matt and a few others are going down sometime in June.
Apparently.
So apparently I might come down at the same time and do a Barbie and whatever, and we'll bring a couple of bits down that need some work doing as well, and we'll take it from there.
We'll take turns with Fiona.
Take turns. There's enough there for us all to have a go at the same time.
Do you hear that, Kerry? I finally get a day off.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it'd be like a holiday, wouldn't it, darling?
Yeah. Did Ty have to run?
Yeah. Look, I'm talking to her, but she's absolutely sparkle.
Sparko, look at that.
Absolutely sparked out.
To be that worry-free.
Yeah.
I've got a chip out for the moment, so look, I will see you later, gents.
You will indeed.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh.
Yeah, I forgot to take my daughter to work. That's why I rushed off.
Oh.
Yeah, because now her boyfriend's got a full-time job.
Yeah.
She's now coming back to me and Jackie. Like, oh, can you take me here? Can you pick me up? To be fair, she's having driving lessons. She's just passed a theory test, and the instructor says she's doing really well. So, fingers crossed, she'll get her own soon.
Right. And how did Daddy take to daughter having a boyfriend?
All right, actually, because the thing with Sophia was, and this certainly is still to some degree, she was very quiet and shy. Even around family, like grandparents and stuff, she's a bit like I used to be a little bit like that, but I would come out of my shell a little bit.
Yeah.
Whereas Sophia was very, very sort of, when she was quite young, she was quite, sociable and fun and that, and then there was this kind of, as they grow older and they change, she just got a little bit more withdrawn. And she only had a very few select sort of friends, and by the time she left school, there was just 3 or 4 of them, and one of them turned out to be really weird. I mean, properly weird. So that freaked her out a bit. But she would then, she left school, and then she, we were like, oh God, she's never going to get a job because she doesn't like being with people. And then she goes and gets herself a job at a co-op.
Okay.
And we were like, how's she going to cope? Because she's going to have to deal with people, and she's going to have some of those people are going to be a bit pissed off because they the milk's gone off or something. So, but and then very quickly, I think the first week she was very emotional, and then we just said, look, just stick it out. It'll get better. And she became, she started to make friends at work, and she started to go out a little bit, and then of course Tom had a part-time job, and that's how she met him there,
right?
And apparently they started sort of being friends, and they were sort of like texting each other and all this kind of thing, and me and Jackie were like, oh,
hey.
And eventually that he asked her out, and they went out, and they've been together over a year now, and whilst she might be quiet and a little shy, she's also very for want of a better phrase, you know, she gets what she wants.
Okay.
She can be quite bossy, and I think Tom is the kind of guy that will be happy to be bossed around. So they seem very well suited to each other. But no, I mean, I think that's her first proper boyfriend.
Yeah.
That we know of. I mean, I'm sure we would have known because she would have gone out. But since primary school, she was never really into the whole, you know, boyfriend girlfriend thing at school.
Yeah.
But he seems like a really nice guy, and he comes, you know, he's got a really nice family, and they're all, you know, we've got nothing to be worried about. And he seems to, you know, I think the first few months, you know, he'd come round and they'd go out, and I'd say, look after her, and he would go, oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. So he's very respectful, very polite. He's got a good job now. He's working for a big IT company that's based here in Stowmarket. He plays hockey at county level for Suffolk, I think, or pretty sure, or Ipswich, one of those. So he's sporty, he's active, he's got a car, he's got a job. He loves my girl loves him. They're all happy. So
excellent. Oh, good.
But and he knows that if he puts a foot wrong, it won't be father that has the first pop. It will be Sophia. Sophia, I think she will look after herself.
Yeah.
But I'm always there. She knows that. So.
It's probably helped, you know, bring her out of her shell more.
Oh, massively. I mean, she goes out and gets drunk now. That was unheard. I mean, not all the time.
No, I don't
yeah, but every now and again they'll go out with all their friends, and they have a group of mutual friends, and they'll all go out and they'll go to the karaoke bar or the nightclub or whatever, and she'll come back at 1 o'clock in the morning. She's a little bit wasted, and she'll be hanging the next morning because she's only a little thing, so it doesn't take much to probably get her trolleyed. And she's we were concerned, shall we say, some years ago, because we thought, oh God, she'll never come out of her shell, and will she ever, you know? And she has massively. She has opinions and thoughts, and she's
good.
She's saving all her money. She spends quite a bit, but I mean, she saved quite a bit. So she seems to have thankfully learned. It's the one thing I always wanted to make sure I taught my children was financial responsibility, because I wasn't, and it got me into a lot of bother. So yeah.
Oh.
So get her and him sorted. Get their. They've already started making plans about getting their own little place. So get that done, and then we just got one more to go, and then it'll just be me and Jack, and we can downsize a little bit, or should I say maybe not downsize, but spread out.
But yeah,
Jackie would have a little art studio. I'll have my, you know, maybe a slightly bigger room for my stuff, and then
or a second studio,
or a second, studio 2. Yeah.
Oh, cool stuff.
Yeah, but it just means that you're getting old.
Yeah, I know.
So.
Yeah.
But there you go.
Oh, good. Well, you know, because it'd be terrible if she ended up being like socially awkward.
Oh yeah.
All the way through, you know, so she'd miss out on so much.
Exactly, and that's what we wanted her to not miss out on, being young and having fun, and and it's nice though, because she's got this one friend from school, who she stays in touch with. And they'll go and see each other, and they'll go out to Bury or Ipswich or something, or Norwich, and go shopping like girlies do, and that that was almost unheard of. Her going on public transport on her own was unheard of.
Yeah.
Now she's happy to do that. So.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Indeed.
Oh, mate. Oh.
Yeah, don't you start me off. Fucking hell.
Yeah, I've really got absolutely nothing done today.
No.
For all the effort, there was no outcomes.
Yeah, but you get days like that.
Yeah, I get a lot of days like that. That's the problem. I don't know. Oi. Oh. Dear me.
1 hour to go, and then I can shut this lot down and have some tea, then come back here again and do a show.
Yeah. That's the. Oh, that reminds me. I must remind Fiona we've got to have dinner early. Yeah, that's another thing. Sometimes she wanders in here, and she's got a plate of food for me, and it's like 7:15. I go, darling, I've got a show tonight. She went, oh shit, I forgot. I'm trying to eat it as quickly as possible.
Yeah. Jackie's
not
doing
the best way to enjoy a meal.
No, exactly. Jackie's doing steak for dinner tonight.
Oh yeah.
Well, they get these things down at is it Tesco, like a meal for two, and you can choose your main and the dessert and a bottle of wine for two people. And they do all sorts. They do steak. They do a steak one. They do a duck one. There's a whole range of them. You basically, so for example, you if you wanted the duck or the steak, you can pick that. Then you can pick a side. So whether it might be triple cooked or fries or whatever it is, or creamy mashed potatoes.
Yeah.
And then you choose your dessert, which will be like 2 slices of cheesecake or 2 slices or something.
Yeah.
And then you get a bottle of wine, and it's like, I don't know how much. Not a lot of money. And on a Friday night, most of that's done within sort of 20 minutes. Because I used to, years ago, we just used to have fajitas on a Friday. I'd go downstairs after I'd finished work, fry up the chicken and the veggies and all of that, and then Jackie would come in from work and there was dinner. But she got fed up with fajitas. I honestly, I don't trust anybody that doesn't like Mexican food. I love it. In fact, we've got a new Taco Bell not too far away, so that is quite a distant thing from Mexican food, but I haven't tried it yet, so I need to try that. I'll just pick some of that on the way home, or get a delivery.
Dog.
Which one? You got 5.
Yeah, I know. Siri was asleep here.
Yeah.
And I like to sort of like put my head down a bit, like this and going out. So what she does is she jumps off, she walks around the coffee table.
Oh, you're there, Dad, now. Yeah. Oh, bless.
Just as long as she's there. Tapping with this tiny little corn, little knees. Aren't you, sweetheart? Of course, Lump, doing surveying his domain. Sitting on the back of the settee, looking out the window.
No, doesn't bat an eyelid.
Shorty's down there just staring at me. I don't know why. Because it is 4:30. You're open, mate. 6 o'clock, remember? No, 6 o'clock.
Yeah, we've got 3 episodes of Andor to watch. We've got the first episode of Welcome to Wrexham, or We Are, or whatever it's called.
Oh.
I want to watch that fucking Fistful of Dollars.
Mm-hmm.
And there was something else, and I'm like looking at what I've got to do this weekend. I put 3 shelves up in the front room. They're IKEA shelves, and they're floating shelves. So you drill your holes and you put the metal brackets that got prongs on, and then you just slide the shelf onto the prongs, so it's you can't see the fittings at all. They're all behind the shelf.
Right.
And I bought 3 of those and put them up, and then I put like all my Blu-rays, all my Blu-ray audios on one, and my films on another, and whatever.
Yeah.
And I went in there a while back, and I thought those shelves look like they're sort of like tipping down.
Yeah.
What the fuck? So I took all of the discs off.
Yeah.
and took the shelf, because the shelf, it slides on. You know, the prongs in the thing slide into these holes, and then you put a little locking screw, and it's just stop them coming off. So I took the little locking screw off, slid the shelf out, and this big metal strip that I've drilled to the wall has started to come away from the wall.
Oh.
So I need to. I think what I need is some of those rule plugs that, when you tighten them up, they go like that. Yeah, they sort of open out and go flat, so you've got this big.
Yeah.
Because I tried to find the studs in the wall, but it's not a very wide wall, so I'm not entirely sure there is a stud in there. And if it is, it's going to be in the middle. And also, I've got a radiator with 2 pipes that go into the wall, and then I've got a little tracker thing, but it's not very good.
Yeah.
So I'm very wary of drilling a hole through the fucking water pipe, which would be just my luck.
Oh God.
So I've got to go down to Screwfix or Wix or whatever it is we've got, and see if I can find some of those raw plugs.
Yeah.
Because at the moment, Jackie noticed it, I fixed them. I tightened the screws up, and it seemed to work okay.
Yeah.
And then Jackie noticed it while I was in Berlin. She says those shelves are tipping. So I'm going to take everything off. So right now, I have to sort of like edge around the corner of the sofa, because there's just piles of Blu-rays and all sorts of fucking things.
Yeah, because they do those ones where it's a bolt, and it has those 2 metal pieces hinged.
Yeah.
And as you find it in, it opens them out.
Oh, yeah, opens out so that they sit flat against the inside of the wall.
Flat on the inside, yeah.
Yeah. I think that's what I'm going to have to do.
Something of that nature.
Because the thing is, what we're putting on the shelves isn't that heavy. I mean, yes, there's a bit of weight to it, but it's not. It's well under the tolerance of the shelf.
Well, you shouldn't be pulling it out of the wall, kind of way.
No. But I said to my landlord, "Do you mind if I put a few shelves up?" He said, "No, this is your place. You make it your own." I'm thinking, yeah, you say that now, but if we ever come to leave, I'm either going to leave those shelves there, or I'm going to have to fill in the bloody holes.
The wall for that walk
Yeah.
through. Yeah.
Well, the next thing I want to try and look at is putting the TV on the wall, because that takes up such a corner of the room. So I know the previous occupant, I'm pretty sure they had it mounted on the wall. But because of the way I think I'll have to wait until we get because we've got our sofa is one of these big, like L shapes, but it's the same length on both sides. And we bought it for the last house, and it was perfect for that front room. But in this one, it isn't, because we've got all the fucking records in there. So it kind of sits in the middle of the room. So you have to sort of go around the edge of it to get into the main part of the living room. So Jackie said, we should get a couple of like 2-seaters, or a 2 and a 3 or something. Yeah. Then we can just walk in the middle and go. Maybe even put at least one of the sofas up against the wall. Give ourselves a bit more space, and then once I've done that, I can figure out the best position for the telly. So, but I might get one of those brackets instead of actually just putting it on the wall fixed. I might get one of those hinged ones, so you can move it into the corner, but up there, so to speak.
Yeah.
I don't know. I would just love. I've been very lucky over the years. I've bought 2 houses brand spanking new before they've even been built.
Yeah.
And on both of them, I was able to sort of say, "Oh, when you get to this bit, can you do it like that?" And, so I remember going. I think it was the second one that I bought that was brand new. I asked them to fit speaker connections in all 4 corners of the room, and they wouldn't do it.
Oh,
bastards! When I moved in here, it's got them. So I finally got my speaker connections in all 4 corners of the room. Behind the TV, there's an outlet, and all so you just plug those into the amp, and then you can just fit your speakers wherever you want.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
But one day I'd like to be able to just specify, you know, I want this, 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 and this.
Yeah.
Fat chance.
Yeah, I know what you mean. All right, Chuckles.
Look at that fucking Polybrute box back in the loft as well now.
Oh God, yeah. Well, it looks like these people are going to come and collect their Andromeda A6.
Oh,
in its
nice.
box.
Oh, I tell you what I saw at Super Booth.
Go on.
I must have. Oh, my phone's just been updated. I must have got a picture somewhere. Andromeda A6 in a custom case.
Yeah.
Oh, mate, I've got to show you this. It was gorgeous. It was so well done. Here we go. Most of my pictures have synchronized. He says, I'm sure I got a picture of it. I certainly got it on the walkabout video. Or maybe I didn't. Basically, it looks, you know, when I first sort of glanced, I thought, oh, that's one of those Voyager XLs, you know, the Voyager XLs. But it wasn't. It was an Andromeda A6 in this custom wooden case with a sit-up and beg. You know, so the control panel has been put into this sit-up and beg configuration.
Yeah.
So you can move it up and down if you want. It looked gorgeous. Really, really did. Lovely. I'll have to find out.
Tell you what Richard had for sale. He's just sold it. He had a CS70.
Mm.
And he said it was absolutely factory.
Yeah.
Not a mark on it, right?
Wow.
I went, oh, cool. He said, but also, it was coming with its manuals, its power cable, and its box. And he said the box looks like it's never been touched.
Jeez.
Oh, bloody hell. So that went for a pretty penny, no doubt.
Ah, I found the video. Here we go.
Oh, okay.
Freeze frame it there. Now, can I share this? Window. There you go. It's a little bit blurry because it's the video, but
Oh, wow.
yeah.
It's a black one.
Yeah, so they've put it in this thing, and they've made the front panels sit up and beg.
Yeah.
Looks, I mean, in person, it's just gorgeous.
Good grief. Yeah, because normally they're sort of like silvery blue, aren't they?
There are red ones, apparently. I think what's his face?
Bloody hell.
Yeah.
In a glass.
Yeah, they brought. Yeah, they brought that back from the show when we were in the museum, and then that's the.
Oh, 101, 103 and 4. Oh, look at that. That is a fantastic synthesizer.
Yeah.
Oh, nice JP. Nice condition.
Yeah. But yeah, that was so nice, that A6.
Yeah, it was good.
But I'm gonna have to. That's a nice little tower of power. There's the is it the Op6, the Modwave, and the Monopoly in racks.
Oh, right.
It's very nice. That's Craig from the Foundation.
Yeah.
There's the Buke stand. What was that? Oh, that was Soma. Oh yeah, there you go. That's the Moon modular.
Yeah, it looks like a 3C, doesn't it?
Yeah. And they've got this gorgeous keyboard.
Recreation. Yeah.
This keyboard that goes with it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I can't do bloody slow. That looks quite nice.
Yeah.
Again, blurry on the video, because he died last year just before the show.
Oh.
Look at that. You don't see that too often. Two Schmitz.
Two Schmitts next to each other.
A
Jesus.
white one and a black one.
Wow.
Have some of that. Novation with their Tamberwolf tribute.
Poor old Tamberwolf.
Poor old Tamberwolf. Oh, it's Drew Schlesinger. Just there. Look at that. Drew on the left there.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't notice him there. Sequential, Oberheim. Oh, what was this? I can't try to remember what that was. I can't remember that. Soundforce, and then if we go a bit further, I think. Oh, there's C15.
Yeah.
And then this company that do all of these. They're the company that do a lot of the metal casings for various synthesizers. They've got all these empty shells.
Yeah.
They're
They're lovely.
business.
The Spoma cases are lovely.
Yeah.
Very thick steel case. Really, really robust. You know, you could drop it out of a 20-story window, and it might dent it a little.
There's a whole bunch of really boring modular. And then, there's Dom.
Yeah.
Video Dom. The D-Tronics, DT81Z, that's the controller for the TX81Z.
Yeah.
And then, have I gone past it? I might have gone past it. Or maybe this is when I couldn't get to those controllers with the video camera. Oh, there you go. There they are. That's the
yeah, that's a labour of love.
There you go. Get out of my fucking way. So that's look, they're so well made.
Yeah.
Even the legend and everything is just, it's almost like they came out of a factory, but and then this thing was really interesting. So it attaches to each of the controls on the Reface CS, and then it kind of automates, and you use this little controller here, that thing, to change the speed and the frequency and stuff. It's very clever.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But that's such a busy room there, especially with those things.
Yeah.
You can see they're really well put together.
Yeah.
Yeah, but apparently behind all of that, it's like a fucking bird's nest.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me none.
There's the analog one.
Nice. It looks like the top console on the System 100.
Does a bit, doesn't it?
Yeah. Is that an M8X under it?
No, it's a 7.
Oh,
it's not the 8. Yeah, they got the 8 elsewhere, but they just, I guess they were just using the 7 as the engine.
Yeah.
To demonstrate that.
Nice 9-foot Bussendorfer in the corner.
Yeah. There was this is the Relic. Which just looked bonkers.
Hello. That is mental.
Yeah. Zip forward. Where else have we got in here? Oh, that's the Akai stand. So they got a MPC triggering a mini Moog, as you do.
Yeah. Nice.
That looks nice. That one there is the APC.
Yeah.
So it's an Ableton controller, but it's an Akai. It's really nice, actually.
Oh.
Yeah. And then this is the Moog room. As I should pull my fucking camera up. Jesus. Gonna snip that
crotch
out.
cam.
Yeah, it isn't a bit, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I think was it Lisa playing? Yeah, this room was packed. They've got about 8 or 10 messengers. There's Lisa playing hers.
Yeah.
So there's obviously a big crowd in there for that. But you know that advert they did for it with all the office furniture in the fields and stuff? They brought all of that into here. So all of this stuff is they put plastic carpet down, grass carpet, and then they brought all those desks and all those things, and they had them on show in there.
Ah. Where's
She's
Nishi then?
She's not. I don't know if I came past her on the video, but I've got pictures of me and her and a few videos I won't show. No. Just trying to get focus again.
Yeah.
So get round to that Geddy Lee mini Moog, but I think I gave up in here. I think because it was just so damn busy.
Yeah, there's not really enough room to move around with the camera, is there?
No, and I got it on the extension as well, so going
Yeah.
over the top of people's heads. And there's just loads, and this is the not Soma, Erica Synths.
Oh, okay.
We've got this lovely new drum machine. This thing here.
Oh wow.
It's kind of it's very kind of traditional. It's a bit like looks a bit like a 909 layout.
Yes, it does.
But
yes.
It sounded amazing. It's really good.
Oh wow. I'm loving the stands.
Yeah.
Very
Nah.
industrial,
Yeah. This.
but very artistic at the same time.
Yeah. That is the MIDI Association.
Nice.
I'm trying to think. No. I was trying to think the boss's face, the melancholy trombone. That was on the floor below.
Right.
They kind of everything starts to look the same. But I think they were down below. I think if I go off to my right, so I didn't go to the left. That's where the PPG was. We didn't get to that till Saturday.
Right.
So yeah, this is as Drew again. This is the Groove Synthesis. So that's the 8M, which is the new one, which is that kind of cut down, nice big screen. And then just the big boys. Modular, boring.
There's people staring at empty cases.
Yeah. And then I think I go around. This is all the pro audio outboard stuff, so it's pretty boring. And then I think I come down the spiral staircase at some point. Oh yeah, hang on a minute. There's Will Gregory and Adrian Utley.
Oh yeah.
So I come around here and I do a discreet in-your-face shot.
Yeah.
So there they are. There's Will Gregory.
There you are.
And Adrian Utley discovering the Osmos.
Yeah. Come on, let's see what I'm doing, mate. Nice. It's a nice centre as well, isn't it?
Sorry?
It's a nice centre.
It's
Nice,
brilliant.
Nice
Yeah.
and spacious.
Yeah. Well, before they went outside, everything was in here. So you had it was packed. But now they moved outside after COVID, the first one after COVID.
Yeah.
And it just opened everything up, and so now you've just got space, you can walk around, you can get to see things.
Yeah.
It's so much nicer. It really is a very pleasant vibe. Nobody holds the door for the cameraman, you wankers. And then you come out to this is kind of like that's where the main stage is. You can just see that there, and it sits in this, they call it a lake, it's essentially a pond. It's about a foot deep, but I think they run pedalos on there during the summer. And then so you got all this stuff around there, and then to the left you'll see the rest of the buildings there, and you got like a big gymnasium that they use for the shows. People waving. I have no idea who they are. And then I probably did an RT zoom to cloud to shut this off.
Hey. German clouds.
German clouds, just like the
Yeah.
British ones,
Yeah.
except they rain fire.
Except they are built correctly.
Yeah. So that was that one. And then at that point, I forgot completely that I hadn't done the gymnasium, so I had to go back and do the gymnasium. Peter did all like the open air stuff.
Yeah.
So yes, Synchrotron, I am going to eventually edit this all together into one big long video where I will fast forward through the walkie bits and then slow down on the gear bits, and but that's going to take a bit of doing because I think we've got about an hour's worth of footage for the walkabout.
Yeah.
So we'll cut that down somehow, but
Yeah, cool.
that will come soon.
Yes.
I've only got, I think was it just the 3 product videos I think I did? Because again, there's just absolutely no point me doing anything. I've got some close-up video of the Yamaha controllers that I managed to get on the Thursday when most people weren't aware that they were there. I only got told by Manny. Manny said, "Go and see the Yamaha stand. You will smile," and he wasn't wrong.
Yeah.
And then I got a little bit of this footage. Is this me?
There we go. Good go.
Let me show. Is that a picture or a video? That's a video. I'll share that on here. So,
Mummy's getting busy.
this is the sub hardcore.
Oh wow. It's something very
1962.
60s. Oh yeah.
1962.
So it's 62-year-old synth.
But 62-year-old East German synth built without being able to access Western technology.
Yeah. Cool. Bloody hell.
See it glowing inside.
Yeah. Valve-based synthesis, eh?
And those knobs, they go, ka-choo, ka-choo. You know, they're proper
What did it sound like?
awful.
Yeah. Well, it was.
I mean, really fucking awful. I mean, it's just, and I think that's half of the fact that it wasn't the greatest synthesizer in the world, and they were probably trying to do some weird and wacky stuff. I think it's additive, but also it's you know, what's it, over 60 years old.
Yeah, 62 years.
Yeah, so it's not in the finest fettle, but there's this one, and then there is another one. Which has a slightly different look and design to it, but it's essentially the same thing. And I think that's in Norway, and I think that one's in far better condition. But it's unbelievable. When I found out it was there, I had to go and see it because, of course, that's the last kind of big sampling project that Steve Howell did. Was that he went to Berlin, and spent days sampling this thing. Yeah, but I don't know what's happened to the content, the sample stuff. I don't know who's got it, where it is.
I'm sorry. Did I stop making a fuss? Did the paw come over and pull?
Yeah.
Yeah. Lean over there. Lean over there. You go.
Yeah. So.
Oh hello. God, jealous boobs has turned up. Yes, I was making a fuss of Nelly. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologise. Oh, there you are. Because, I mean, Steve must be gone nearly a decade now.
Exactly 10 years, I think. It's
Is it
24.
really?
I'm sure. Was it 2014?
Something
Pretty
like
sure.
that.
Yeah.
Bloody hell.
I know. It just doesn't seem right.
Sorry, sit down. Sit down, please.
I'm sure I've got it in
Sit
here
down.
somewhere.
Stay.
I remember having. We used to talk maybe I don't know, 2 or 3 times a week.
Yeah.
Mostly on Messenger.
Yeah.
Microsoft, not Facebook. And we'd have these conversations until 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
And I remember sometimes thinking, oh, geez, I want to go to bed. But he keeps, going on and talking about stuff. And I know that was probably generally his most productive time. But I just remember thinking, I need to go to bed, Steve. I need to go to bed. And now I would give the absolute earth
I know.
to speak to him again,
Yeah, I know.
Tell him what an absolute fucking twat he
You
was.
never miss it till it's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I used to get his those sound packs that you used to do for the AWE.
Yeah.
Blaster.
Yeah.
Used to use them a lot. Loved them.
Well, I discovered him when just after I got my S6000.
Yeah.
And I just got broadband, so I think I was 256 kilobits per second broadband at the time, and I searched for Akai S6000 samples, and this website came on called Hollow Sun. I'm like, okay, let's have a look at this. And you know, one of the things you think, this is too good to be true. You know, here's somebody that's giving away free samples. Literally, you download them, you zip them into the sampler, they just work. There's no map. It's all mapped. It's all specifically for the Akai S6000.
Yeah.
And I couldn't believe it. And I was looking through, and there's Fairlight samples, emulator, all the stuff that I'd been desperate to own or play over the years. I sat there with my 256 kilobits per second thing, and I was just like download. I used to leave it all going overnight. I mean, nowadays it would be down just like that, but
oh yeah,
it would take ages to come through. And then installing them all in, and then playing them was just like, oh my god. And so after I literally raped his site, I thought, I've got to say thank you. So it was info@hollowsun.com, so I just emailed it, and I said, thank you ever so much for this website. And there was no donation button on there either. There was no way you could sort of like say, oh, here you go, have a tenner.
Yeah.
I said, I just really want to say thank you so much. And not almost immediately, but the same day, I got a response back from Steve saying that I think he said I was the first person to email him to say thank you. He said most of the time people email me asking for shit that isn't on there, but can you do this and can you do that, or this isn't that good, or it's always generally negative stuff.
Yeah.
And that's it. We became friends, and then I can't remember what he asked me to do, something with an MP. No, was it MPC? I can't remember if it was the MPC first or whether it was the Fusion. It might have been the MPC. And he said, would you like to earn yourself a little bit of money? And I said, go on then. And he said, well, can you catalogue all this, or do normalise all these samples, or whatever? And I said, yeah, fine. So I would do all this stuff and then send it back to him. And at the end of one project, he said, so how would you like, I don't know, an Akai controller? And I said, yeah. He said, well, that's what we'll do. We'll get you one of those sent over. So I got an Akai MPK49 controller.
Oh, nice.
And then he said, I need you to do some work on some Z8 samples. So the Z8, obviously was the one that came after the S6000.
Yeah.
And he said, I will send you my Z8. Okay. So there it is. It's still sat over there. It's a prototype. It's not fully complete. It's got a couple of bugs in it. But he said it's good enough for what you need. Yeah. So you do that, and you can hang on to that. They've sent me something else, so I can do all that. And then we did the MP. I think the MPC stuff came after that. So we had some MPC 1000 stuff, MPC 500. So and I've got one of those still. Again, he sent me that. And we did stuff for the MPC 5000, which was the MPC that basically had an Alesis Fusion inside it.
Right.
So you had the virtual analog engine and the sampling engine in there as well. And then of course there was the Fusion, which he said, "Oh, I'll get Alesis to send you a Fusion." I was like, "Oh, I'm getting what?" Yeah.
No, because I remember he did a sample pack of the Logan String Melody 2.
Yeah.
And it was the one thing I wanted, because it was the string synth that was used on Blade Runner, and I knew that a lot of people thought, "Oh no, it's a Selena." No, it's not a Selena. Selena's far too harsh, and I wanted to do a Blade Runner cover, and all these string synth samples that I had, and various little keyboards and stuff like that that proclaimed to be doing a string synthesizer, just wasn't cutting it.
Yeah.
So I got his sample pack. I just see, his sound set for it, and I just go, okay, let's try this out, and it was absolutely
spot on. Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful. And so I used that, and that's why I got that track dedicated to him on his SoundCloud.
Yeah.
That Blade Runner track, using that Selena sample pack.
Yeah.
I had to dig out this old, my old PC to load it on, and played that, as a separate track. And it fits it perfectly. It's brilliant.
Yeah.
Of course, now today, synths can do it drop of a hat, isn't it?
Exactly. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, back then this was like when I first discovered him. It must have been around. I think now. It was very early 2000s.
Yeah.
And the internet wasn't fast, and if you wanted samples for your sampler, you either made them yourself or you bought sample CDs at £80 to £120 a pop.
Yeah.
Downloading stuff was so, because of the size of the samples. But that was the thing with Steve. He used to have this technique which he always called bonsai sampling, which was all you need is that first bit at the beginning, and you do the rest with the synthesis engine in the sampler. So you just get the attack bit, and then you just do all the rest in with envelopes and stuff. And he would be able to get a sample library that sounded just like the thing it was supposed to be sampling, but it was so small. It was maybe a couple of megabytes, or sometimes even less. He was so good at that, and he showed me how to do it, and I still can't, I can still remember some of the techniques he used, but they were mostly in the S6000. So I'd have to kind of adapt them. But when he moved, he eventually, reluctantly, begrudgingly, had to move to another platform because the S6000 wasn't being made anymore, and the Zeds had gone the way of the Dodo, and Akai had gone fucking up the Swanee.
Yeah.
So in the end, after the fusion and getting through all of that debacle, he said, I'm gonna have to do Contact, because that's the format of choice these days.
Yeah.
And he found a guy in Eastern Europe. I can't remember exactly where. I think it used to be part of Yugoslavia, so it's either Bosnia or Moldova, or I don't know. And he was a bit of a scripting wizard, so he would do all the scripts and Steve would do all the sampling, and then they just put it all together. And he made those I can't remember what he called them now. Something machines. But yeah, all those weird and crazy things that he did, and he sold bucket loads of them. He did quite well, but I didn't have Contact back then, so it was kind of. And that's when we started to just remain friends, but not do so much work together, because he didn't really need me anymore. So
yeah.
But I still love my S6000. I still fire it up when I can, and actually I need to figure out a way of getting that front, because the front, the detachable front panel, and bring it round here, so that I can just use it remotely. But, I just want to get the ADAT card for it, for no other reason than that's the only card I don't have. It's fully maxed out apart from the ADAT.
Yeah.
But they
I
don't come up
definitely
often.
want to get. I want to revisit my Kurzweil.
Mm.
I want to get her back down and get her installed.
Yeah.
Do miss me old Kurzweil.
Right, I've just had one more thing go up on the list of news topics. Roland have released Boss Effects pedals on the Roland Cloud.
Oh, have they indeed?
Yes. There's all his plugins. I don't know how many there are. So I'm going to look there.
I wonder if it includes the CE1.
It's the. Apparently, there's a roadmap to populate the entire library. So at the moment, there are 8 of them. It looks like, and you've got the OD1 overdrive, the PH1 phaser, the SP1 Spectrum, the SG1 slow gear, the CS1 compression sustainer, the TW1 TWAR, the SD1 super overdrive, and the DS1 distortion.
So all the smaller colour-coded pedals.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because one of my favourite pedals was the CE1. The chorus on that was absolutely stunningly gorgeous.
Okay.
Yeah, those little girls. It started at about 54 quid, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, they weren't horribly expensive, were
No,
they?
no, no. Oh, no.
But
no,
Behringer came in and did them for like 30.
The PH1 was £39. The was it the FL1 or the FL2, which was their flanger, which was a very strong flanger. I think that was about 50 quid or something like that.
Yeah.
Back in the day. And they come in those lovely little cardboard boxes.
Yes. I always remember going to the local music store, and their main counter was this big glass thing, and in the counter was like almost every single Boss pedal, all laid out so. You had the red one, then you had the orange one, then you had the yellow one, and so all the colours, the rainbow is
spectrum. Yeah.
It was very pretty, but completely boring to me because I was a drummer.
Yeah.
Right, I've got to go and put dinner on.
Well, same here.
Yeah.
We're to eat before the show.
Indeed, so I'll see you in about an hour and a half.
Yeah, all right, darling.
All right, mate.
For more streaming.
For more streaming, yes.
More streaming. All right, I'll see you, Ron.
All right, take it easy. See you later.
All right, gentlemen. Be good, be safe, be healthy. See you later.